Maybe when we hit 10 years of doing this THABTO Best of the Year, I'll have an intro prepared. But for right now, you just get that slam cut from the countdown to starting the show. And Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. We're going to have a lot of fun today. We're going to have a lot of fun today with my brother, Tom Hoeg, who's going to be awesome today. Aren't you, Tom?
Yeah, you bet.
You can't just nod in
awesome
podcast format. You're awesome every day. And I do
Funny
apologize.
we have this holiday frame that embedded. I have a holiday background.
I do apologize to viewers if you do have any epilepsy or concerns there. Tom's sweater could give you a seizure. I hope that's not the case. But thank you, Tom, for once again wearing the craziest Christmas outfits that I can imagine here on our show. I've got Bluey Christmas. It's a little bit hard to tell because Bluey's a little bit smaller. But Bandit is giving presents. Bluey, Bingo, they are accepting the presents. I am very holiday festive as well, just not quite as much as you. Are you ready to go today?
Sure. I sent you things. I have them written down.
You've sent me things. You have them written down. Well, before we start, I did want to call out Against the Tide, who is in the chat right now, helping manage whatever the mob might do in chat. And as always, Tide provides us with the Tide picks to highlight our cute elven selves as we play video games with the biggest, thickest controllers you've ever seen. Tom, you look good there, bud. I don't know that I've ever seen that hairstyle on you, but
I think I have that hairstyle right now, give or take.
Oh yeah? Let's take a look, folks. Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, it doesn't have your mustache.
I have never had just the like chin beard. I've never done that.
Something to think about.
I'm thinking about it now, looking at the elf. He's rocking it. I think I could do that.
I like that your controller, the one side has like 9 buttons.
Oh, I think it's facing out. And then, that one side's got, it looks like 7 buttons. So, we'll get there.
Well, we play strategy games and computer ports on console, and it always seems like you have to hold down an extra button. Could use 9 buttons sometimes in those games. And I do want to welcome everybody from chat. I do see some of those chats coming in. Dad, Pops Hoeg says we look marvelous. Thank you, Dad.
I think he said marvelous. We look marvelous.
He might, yes. He might. He just didn't type it that way. So for right now, we look marvelous. Thank you for being a member for so long, Dad. We appreciate you. And we're ready to go today. We're going to have some fun, talk about a lot of good games. And Don Leinart is specifically excited about this. Thank you so much for the super chat. As I so often say on the channel, we can't do it without viewers and listeners like you helping support this stuff. So if you like these conversations, not usually about video games as much as this one will be, but about law and business and everything else, please do consider a super chat or supporting the channel through the various means that hopefully I remembered to link in the description below. But if I didn't, I can put those in later. Thank you so much, Don. Chance, THABTO. And for those of you that don't know, THABTO is 2 Hoegs are better than 1. Favorite stream of the year. Any special guests this time? Remember that time Ian ended the stream? Laughing emoji. I sure do. That was last year.
That was awesome.
When I went back to try to figure out exactly how I had set this up last year, which of course was a very busy year for me, I did remember when I saw part 2, thanks Ian, as one of the headlines for the video, that Ian had come on and turned off the stream. And I didn't invite Ian this year, not because of that. Ian is fantastic. But I didn't want to press upon him. I know everybody's busy at this time of year. So he will not be appearing on this particular episode. But as we said last year, I still do mean to do something on a more permanent basis with Ian talking about video games. As folks that are regularly on this channel know, I have not been doing as many weekly videos here as I had hoped or aimed for. But I am doing more videos, especially talking about video games with Last Stand Media Crew. If you want to check those out, I am on about once a week at this point. The most recent video I did was on Ubisoft and their stock issues and 10-cent buyouts and what a private buyout looks like and things like that. So if that sounds interesting to you, I do have a talk with Colin Moriarty on Last Stand Media about that particular topic. If it doesn't sound interesting to you, don't go over there. Don't check it out. Don't leave an Nastygram like some commenters do. But the internet is the internet. And I expect Nastygrams about this as well. So that'll be all right.
Awful. I'm going to go there and complain about it.
Yes. No, that sounds like the worst. Let's go
over there.
Rick.
I love to be angry.
Yes, that is the internet's way of life. If you haven't been following my adventures on Twitter over the last couple of days, when I was tweeting about the Game Awards, one of the things I said most recently was that the new Naughty Dog game doesn't look like it's for me. It doesn't look like something that I would be interested in. That's all I said. I even said, and that's okay, as part of that tweet, because reasonable minds can differ and all the rest that we say here. And the internet did not take it well. Now, I think some of that is that the Twitter algorithm decided to send it to the far reaches of the earth. And so I got every PlayStation fan person in the world commenting on this thing. But people are very upset at me for saying the very controversial statement of Naughty Dog might no longer be for me. So
you son of a...
Yep, exactly. So I liked a lot of Naughty Dog games. I don't tend to like their current output. And yes, their current output primarily consists of Uncharted 4 and Last of Us remakes. But this new game I'm not super excited about. Did you see the trailer for this new game, Tom?
I don't think so. I started streaming the Game Awards a little late.
It was the last thing. It was the one last thing video.
Oh, well, then definitely no. I think I had an extra hour still to go. I stopped because I wanted to play something. Also, I was trying to play these ahead of this broadcast, and I got some of them in. So I'm missing, the last hour or so, which I'm sure had a bunch of great big reveals. I was going to joke that you were talking about Last of Us 2 or Last of Us Part 2 remastered for PC.
I am not, although the next time that there's any kind of trailer for a Last of Us project, it will probably be one too many for me. If it isn't already, it's very funny. I love The Last of Us Part 1. I really enjoyed that game. I had a lot of good things to say about it, but the kind of remaster to 60 frames, remaster again, send to PC, and then again for Last of Us Part 2 has really broken my will there. So do what you do, Naughty Dog. If you're making Sony happy, that's great. If you're selling games, that's great. It's important for developers to sell games, but it might not be for me anymore. And honestly, other people on the internet, I don't view that as terribly controversial. I assume there's a lot of things that are not for you, other internet personality. And I wouldn't be offended by the fact that isn't for you. Certainly, some of the games that appear on this list are going to be surprises to a number of you. And I expect to get a lot of opinions about some of those games, and especially some of the games that don't appear on our lists. So with that said, the goal again this year is to keep it under 3 hours. We sometimes fail at that, but we have some honorable mentions to go over before we get to the top 10 lists. This year, I have included 7 entries on each of our honorable mentions lists. So that's 14 games to talk about before we get to the list at all. So buckle in, everybody. Are you ready, Tom?
Yeah, I want to go back to the previous broadcasts and see, because I think honorable mention takes like an hour and a half.
We'll try to keep it chill.
I did want to follow up on the internet hates you.
Yes.
What was the tweet you did this year that you asked me, is this inflammatory? It was something
you said yes, absolutely.
I was like, yeah. You basically say, hey, all you people who like this, you're dumb.
I don't remember. I never intend to say that.
He's like, I don't understand.
Look at Mrs. Hoeg jumping in. Oh my God, they'll be here forever. Thank you so much, Mrs. Hoeg, for sacrificing a portion of your Saturday before Christmas to this wonderful episode with my brother. Tom was just attacked over on his side. I saw him take off the headset. You okay, bud?
No, I prepared with a water bottle.
Oh, there you go.
Usually I get parched. Can you post Mrs. Hoeg's last one?
I love you guys. Glad you get to do this. I'm going to take a nap. She puts up with this her whole day, her whole life, really, right? She married in, but she puts up with these conversations a lot. And especially when Tom's around. Tom doesn't live in the state with me right now, but when Tom's around, she'll just be like, oh, go talk to Tom about whatever nonsense in video games for a couple hours. And this is our way to do that on the internet with you all.
I was amazed that we can have this conversation for that long.
Well, I'm a talker, and I have a lot of thoughts about these things, and you have a lot of thoughts about why I'm wrong about these things. And of course, as we get later on in the video, we will once again do the poll that asks you to opine, to give your opinion on which of our lists is the better representation of the best games of 2024. But I do think that because this is my channel, I have an unfair advantage there. So I think in order to beat you, Tom, I have to beat you by some set percentage. So I think that should be at least like 5 or 6%. What do you think?
That's what you're giving the home field advantage?
Something like that. I mean, we can talk about this when we get there. But that's what I've been thinking about is I do think that there's a kind of built-in advantage. Although it might not be as positive as that, there might be people that are just ready to nag me, if you will.
I think we should look at the numbers and then set it to about one more than the difference. Give or take.
You just want to win. All right. Okay, and then we do have a super chat before we get into the honorable mentions. Marvin CZ says, I'll enjoy this debate, but now that I think about it, this is a purely academical debate for me. Despite playing many hours this year, I don't think I played any 2024 games. That is part of this that Tom and I always have kind of a little bit of a talk about when we're putting these lists together. Tom especially is like, when did this game come out? Because especially in the PC space, I know I have this problem myself. Early access and everything coming out just kind of all thrown out on Steam when it comes out is very unclear to me whether I'm playing an older game or a brand new release. So I get that, Marvin. I hope you had fun, even if you didn't play anything from this year.
Don said that you didn't put up his other super chat.
Did Hoeg miss my other super chat? Maybe, Don. I'll make sure I get it.
Oh, also member chat. People are just, you're dropping the ball here.
Ain't that always the way? Axiom, thank you so much for gifting a Hoeg Law membership. I really appreciate that. Sardanisms has been a member for a year, saying Merry Christmas. Obligatory reminder, it's been more than a year. Don't worry, Hoeg. You're still more frequent than my other permanent membership. Laughing, winking emoji. I don't know what your other permanent membership is, Sardanisms, but I certainly try. I was on a good clip between roughly my birthday and Thanksgiving, and then I dropped off between Thanksgiving and now because I was just doing too much other stuff. Honestly, when the law firm hits and the Last Stand stuff hits, and most of the topics that I could talk about and feel like I could add to hit the culture war, I get disinclined to make those videos because I don't really want to be adding fuel to those fires. Don, I caught your other super chat. Hoeg, I'm 20 hours into Metaphor ReFantazio. Please tell me it picks up. I will tell you that the Persona team that made Metaphor is a very wordy one, and they very much like you to know what every perspective is on everything that you're doing. And Metaphor, yes, picks up. Metaphor has a great ending sequence. I love Metaphor to death, but it is a very slow-moving, advancing plot for a good long chunk of time. So 20 hours in might mean that you're still in the first section. I really don't know. But if you're not, things are going to pick up pretty good.
I was watching a YouTube video yesterday that showed basically, it was of Persona 5, and showed how many times the blonde dude character that I can't name says, "Are you for real?" It's like,
it's Ryuji, right?
It was like a 2-minute cut of like just him constantly saying that.
I like that writing style. I know that like my co-hosts on the Bitcast Sundays at 11, Ains and Travis really don't like how much they repeat themselves. But I really do think that the Persona writing style is to show you different perspectives on the same thing, like over and over again until you really get it. I can certainly understand why people feel like that's a waste of time sometimes, but I think it creates a kind of fulsome understanding of the world of a Persona game, or in this case, a Metaphor game, that you don't always get when you're zipping through and maybe not getting that kind of coverage of the plot. So yes, I understand feeling like it's slow. I also think that you will enjoy the latter half of the game, and it does kind of pick up in terms of density of plot.
I think, oh crap, I forgot what I was going to say. Well, I'll say the other thing that I wanted to say.
Yeah.
Just to get it out of the way, full disclaimer, I work for Zenimax Online Studios, which is part of Zenimax, which is part of Bethesda, which is Bethesda's part of, anyway. And I work for ultimately Microsoft. The opinions that I represent are my own. They are not backed in any way by any of those entities.
Which means he's going to say some real stuff, folks. He's going to say some stuff that they would immediately disclaim and maybe question his loyalty to the government, his company, anything else. We don't know.
Government?
The jurisdiction in which you find yourself, the great state of Wisconsin, I have no idea. But you can find those disclaimers as well in the description to this video. I believe I said your comments do not represent Microsoft, Activision, Bethesda, Zenimax, Insomniac, Sony. I tried to list everything I could think of that your opinions do not represent.
Humanity as a whole.
Brigadier's Blue, thank you for the super chat. Looking forward to this year's Hoeg Top 10 Games. Do you think they mean me or you, Tom?
I thought it was like a collective Hoeg.
Okay. Just the Hoeg universe.
Yeah, like it's categorical.
Well, I think we're going to have some fun this year. Let's get into those honorable mentions or else we're never going to start. So here are, oh, no, was too much formatting. Here are my honorable mentions. So I said we were going to include 7. I wanted to talk about these a little bit, but we're going to have a lot more in-depth full conversations about the real top 10 list. First, Dragon Age the Veilguard. So I played through all of this so that I could be a part of the super chat, the spoiler cast on Last Stand Media, and I liked it. Dragon Age Inquisition was not my favorite Dragon Age game. I think the Veilguard is much more fun to play. But if you know me or if you know RPGs in general, I don't actually feel like gameplay or quote-unquote fun, enjoyment in the activity of playing the game is really the most important thing in an RPG. The most important thing in an RPG is story and plot and character. And unfortunately, Dragon Age the Veilguard, I think, is a pretty significant step back for BioWare and from other things that they have written in the past. So to me, Veilguard is a good game. It's a bad RPG, and it's a pretty much terrible Dragon Age BioWare classic. Tom, did you play much of this?
I did not. I avoided it entirely.
Deliberately? Like it looked bad to you?
I've heard some... Well, it didn't look like Dragon Age, for one. I heard good things from some friends that really enjoyed it. Dragon Age basically has been on a downward trend for me since it originated. I loved Origins, one of my top CRPGs ever.
Yeah.
And then very quickly, I never finished 2. Is Inquisition the next one after that? Or is there 3?
No, Inquisition's next.
Okay. I played like the first 5 minutes of Inquisition or like ran around the world a little bit and like, it was like, oh, this is going to be grindy.
Wait, you never left the Hinterlands?
I don't think so.
You're that guy. All right.
I've also never gotten out of Act 1 of Baldur's Gate 3, and I know I should. I'm the one that the Baldur's Gate 3 fans yell about. Like, stop making new characters and just finish the freaking act. I like 5 characters that I've met Gale with.
Yeah, you just like to do those roles.
I do like building characters.
Well, I will say I think Dragon Age the Veilguard is a spectacle. It is the kind of Michael Bay RPG, if you will. Huge explosions, lots of big music. The writing is a big step backwards, and it does tend to feel very, very modern era in a way that I don't think fits Dragon Age at all. A lot of people talking about coffee. One thing that I referenced on that spoiler cast for LSM was that it reminded me of that Voyager episode that I bring up where Captain Janeway says there's coffee in that nebula, and it just took me completely out of the fantasy of Star Trek in that particular instance. And to me, Dragon Age, the Veilguard's constant talking about coffee, how to make it, how much they love it, is not just kind of millennial coded, which I've seen referenced in various reviews and things, but also just specifically not very fantasy-like. And if I'm fighting elven gods, I really don't want to talk about your percolation that much. So that's Dragon Age the Veilguard. Good, but not great. If it made somebody else's top 10 list, I would not begrudge them that. It's very big. It's very well made in terms of technically. It's very pretty. It's one of the most gorgeous RPGs I think I've ever played, especially in environments. But it isn't where you're going to go to get your fix for RPG storytelling. The next game I wanted to mention, which I don't hear a lot of people talking about, is a game called The Dungeons of Hinterberg, which basically has the premise of what if a kind of ski town in the Nordic countries had a dozen or more dungeons pop up magically and then made a tourist experience out of those dungeons. And if that sounds interesting to you, you're going to love this game. It's about a young lawyer who is disillusioned with the life of practicing law and goes to this town in order to buy a sword and adventure in these kind of mini Zelda dungeons around this ski town. It has some Persona elements. It has some social link elements as well when you're in the town itself and trying to earn the credit and credibility of the people in Hinterberg, but it is a very kind of light experience. You don't have to get too deep into the weeds with puzzle solving or dungeoneering, despite the title. And I really, really like it. Tom, did you try this one?
I don't think that I did, but I had my kids try it because it looked like something that they would like. So I watched a bit of it, I think like an hour or something like that. It's a very interesting taste in terms of tone, because it is really, yes, it's like, what if a dungeon was here and we were just basically treating it like, I don't know, skydiving or ski lodge or whatever. So there's a dude that's just like, I'll help you. I'll take you to the dungeon. We'll chill. Look at it.
Well, and they have signs in front of the dungeons that mark them as like black diamond.
Yeah, they're like triple black. Don't go in there. It's like interesting. So it's definitely an interesting taste.
I really like it. I believe it's on Game Pass still. If you are a Game Pass subscriber, I think you can check that out. One thing I did want to mention, Tom, people did like last year, and I think the year before, when we mentioned whether they were appropriate for kids or not, as well as whether they played well on Steam Deck. So if we can remember to kind of mention that, I think that's useful information. Dragon Age the Veilguard, I would not recommend for kids. It just has some language and some other things happening in it that I would say is not appropriate for them. Dungeons of Hinterberg should be fine, as you just heard from Tom giving it to his kids.
Well, I wouldn't rely on that strictly as like your only criteria.
No, don't parent your kids just like Tom does, but we can take it as a threshold matter that Tom thought it was okay for his kids just from looking at the screenshots. So there you go. Now, the next entry I think is going to be my most controversial, and it's my most surprising, really. If I had been asked before this year started, what was the most likely game to appear in not even my top 10, but my top 3 maybe, it would be the sequel to Final Fantasy VII Remake, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. If you go back a couple of years, you'll see that Final Fantasy VII Remake was, I think, my number 2 game the year it released. I've played that a number of times. I played the DLC that added to that game a number of times. Final Fantasy is one of my favorite series in video games, if not my favorite series in video games. And this is a big, massive game that is the highest rated Final Fantasy ever released. Now, just like I said with Dragon Age, I can give this game kudos for being a little wonder, a great world to explore, something big and bold that we haven't seen in Final Fantasy before. And I really enjoy that aspect of it. But like Dragon Age, it doesn't have a story that I can really recommend to anybody. Now, this, if you don't know, is part of a project to make Final Fantasy VII, which originally came out in the late 90s, into a trilogy of games that essentially blow out all of these sections of the original game. So the first one, Final Fantasy VII Remake, was a 25-hour game about the first 5 hours of Final Fantasy VII. This one, Rebirth, is about an 80 or 100-hour game focused on the next 10 hours of Final Fantasy VII. And unfortunately, where I thought if you're going to do that, the requirement here would be that you add story to those 10 hours, which are otherwise just kind of wandering the wilderness in the main game. They elected not to do that. They elected to add only superfluousness to the game, such that it's open world, but you can't really get the plot rolling in a way that I find satisfying. And a lot of people disagree with me on this, but this game was by far my most disappointing of the year, because in my head, and looking at the quality of what they've put together, my favorite battle system in RPGs, a really cool little open world, and a lot of content, should be in the top 3. Tom, did you play this at all?
Nope. You turned me off to it very quickly, but it wouldn't matter, because despite many attempts, I have never managed to get even close to finishing Final Fantasy VII Remake. I know it was on your list the year that it came out. A friend of mine, after I said that, like I hadn't really played it that year, bought me a copy. And I'm sorry, Matt. I keep trying. I don't know if he tunes into these things anymore, but I don't know. Every time I fall off at roughly a similar time, I see the things that I like about it. I also really like the battle system. I assume it only gets better. But just, I don't know. I don't know if it's the dungeons are too, like one of the dungeons is too big, and then at that point it like pushes me out, or I don't know. I I can't figure it out. I need to like really soul search why Final Fantasy VII Remake never gets to the end.
Well, you don't have to,
since you just said it's actually not that long.
It's not that long. It's like 25. I think I've played through it 3 times, and I think my PlayStation tells me I've played it for like 65, 70 hours. So I do recommend playing it, of course. And honestly, I recommend playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. It's just that appearing on my honorable mentions list feels like such a downgrade from where I would have anticipated this game to land, that I wanted to mention it here. And anybody else that loves it, I understand. It is a really cool little small wonder of a world in a game. I just require my RPGs to have some forward plot progression. And unfortunately, I just didn't find that with Rebirth.
Yeah, I think, and you put it disappointing here. Like that's one of the really hard things, especially I think if you're trying to be objective, which we don't necessarily try to do, is like when you come in with expectations and it doesn't meet them, like you're automatically getting it giving it a pretty good downgrade. And the same thing with, like, as you'll see, my game of the year is something I had no interest in until it released. And then when I played it, I loved it.
Yeah, you're going to have to defend that number one. Get ready, folks. Get excited.
It gets a natural pop up because I wasn't expecting out of it anything, and I was enamored with it. And I played it yesterday, and I still love it. So, shh.
It's funny. I know the game that is your number one. I told you to try it. You didn't seem that enthused. And then like 2 days later, I get a text. It says, this game is amazing. I don't even know why you told me that there were any problems with it.
Yes, I believe the first... Well, I'm not going to say anything more because we give it away. So,
yeah.
But
we don't want to give away our number ones. Not in the honorable mention section. Speaking of the next game here, I have Rise of the Golden Idol, the sequel to The Case of the Golden Idol, which is one of my favorite implementations of detectiving that I have played in video games, both Case of and Rise of the Golden Idol. Did you play either of those, Tom? Okay, so this game is essentially a game where you are not a player. You are not a character in the game. You are given scenes that have, for instance, a person pushing another person off a cliff. And you can zoom into that person and maybe read the name tag on their shirt, maybe read what's in their wallet, that kind of thing. And the ultimate task that you are given is to figure out what everybody's name is in the scene and what's happening, who's killing who and why. And you fill out a kind of Mad Libs sheet with the words that you have picked up investigating these scenes in order to finish whatever it is that happened. But what really makes that magical is that you can get these huge scenes with a bunch of stuff that you start out looking at and saying, there's no possible way I can tell why that car is on fire, why that person's dressed up as an alien, why there's a hole in the projector screen at this 50s drive-in, all from the start. And then you start putting together all these little mysteries. And when you've solved those mysteries, you feel like you really accomplished something as like a real detective. It's a really fun way to do detective video gaming. And best of all, it's really accessible. As you can probably tell from what I just described, you don't need any Twitch skills. You don't need any kind of knowledge that I think Tom and I often kind of take for granted in how to play a video game, how to move through a platform or whatever it might be. In this case, this is a kind of game that you could probably do in a game magazine, except it's better presented with video games and graphics and animation. If you're at all interested in mystery solving, I recommend Rise of the Golden Idol a lot. It didn't make my top 10 because it wasn't one of my favorite 10 games of the year. And in a year when a lot of people complain about there not being a lot of games, honestly, I'm surprised by some of the things that didn't make it into my top 10. This might be one of them. And yeah, I really do recommend it to everybody that's interested in solving crimes or otherwise engaging their brain in a new and interesting way.
That title made me remember what I wanted to say like 30 minutes ago, or I guess
awesome
earlier, which was, I think it was Don, said in the chat that I had a good chance of winning because Rick would put in Hoeg's notes style games that no one had ever heard of. And I find it funny that the chat believes that you are the one that has the games that nobody's ever heard of. Now, this list this year is pretty on, what's the right word? Popular. But a lot of the time I'm playing a ton of indie stuff. And Rick's like, you're playing what now?
You introduced us all to Brotato for folks that don't remember. Yes. No, I think
co-op now. Plays great on deck.
Let's go play Brotato, folks.
It's It's on Game Pass, I think.
I believe you said when I was talking about Hoeg's Notes once that I was the Hoeg's Notes for the Bitcast, but you were the Hoeg's Notes for me. That you go like one level weirder than I do. And that's because you're constantly like going through the Steam list, and I can't go through like all 2,000 games that are released from one guy in a garage somewhere on Steam, and you usually give them a flyer. So yeah, I am not the weirdest game personality on this video, but Tom is right. In his list, this is the most populist list he's put together in a number of years. So sorry about that.
I have to be honest. I also have started cheating a little. I've started watching more YouTube this year for some reason, and I have kind of a go-to source that reviews indie games and has generally been like, I guess I must say is very good at breaking them down, because I can look at it and be like, yep, that's one I'll like.
Would you care to name this source? We're on YouTube. We like talking about these things.
Splattercat Gaming.
Splattercat Gaming. Only on YouTube, folks. These are the kinds of names you can expect. But I'm glad to hear someone is out there kind of dissecting these gems, because there's too much noise. We know this. Everybody that makes indie games knows this. There's just too much noise out there to sift through, even though I go through the stores pretty regularly. I'm more of a console gamer than a PC gamer. So I'm like one level removed from the real oddities in these spaces. But all right, Splattercat Gaming. Did I get that right, Tom?
Yeah. Yeah, he does. I think he does one video a day and also streams. I don't understand how you do that. But the indie game stuff is really good. They're pretty short. They're usually like half an hour. And it has led me to some gems.
Well, that is good to hear. Maybe one of those gems is UFO 50. Have you ever heard of this game, Tom?
Yes.
All right. What do you think of UFO 50? What is it?
I think it is fantastic. It is a collection of 50 like 8-bit era games. I think the conceit is they found like a console in like a storage locker, and it had all these games with it, and then you're going through and trying them out. But unlike, I'd say, like a number of, I don't know, either collections like this or game generator games like I can't remember the name of it, but like that say that they are, they're doing this. UFO 50's games feel like they could exist. They could have been real releases in the Nintendo era. I have not played all of them. I've probably played about half. I think I have the achievement for half. And I've liked like the vast majority. And even the ones that I didn't like, I can kind of recognize the craft and just say, they're not for me. Every game's not going to be for me. But
whoa. Twitter has some words for you, my friend. But yes, no, every game is not going to be for you. And I didn't mean to interrupt there, Tom, but I wanted to agree with you vociferously, which is to say that this is a magnificent game, or set of games more precisely. And one of the things I really like about it is it does take those Nintendo kind of graphics and simplicity, like you're only going to use 2 buttons, but then it thinks about how it could use modern game design elements in that space. So you'll be playing a game that you think you understand. You might have played something like it on the Nintendo, but it's going to be a roguelike deck builder in that conceit that didn't exist at Nintendo times, but is very popular in indie game times. And I just love that. Now, do you have any notion of why I put ARG Overload here?
I'm trying to figure it out. Isn't ARG like the reality gaming?
ARG is alternate reality gaming, yes.
Okay. So no, I don't exactly. But for anyone who is listening, I'm pretty sure the title he was referring to is House Party. Highly, highly recommended. It's a sort of deck building, push your luck in UFO 50. It's like, I think the only one that I've cherried, which is you get each game gives you a star for basically finishing it, but then there's some additional like mastery goal that cherries it. And you can do that for all the different games in your collection.
Yes, and you earn a little piece of the like Sims house for it. It's got a lot of different things going on in it. I think it's excellent. Again, part of the reason that these things are on the honorable mentions list is because I just felt very strongly about the 10 that made it. And there are games on here that I am personally surprised didn't make it onto my top 10, including this next entry, Unicorn Overlord, which I know that Tom has heard of, which is a fantastic game. It's a vanillaware game, so it looks like all those games of theirs that you know and love already. I love 13 Sentinels. That was a game that made it on my top 10 list when it released. Yes, Tom.
You didn't explain ARG Overload it in a way that I understood.
Okay, let's go back to UFO 50. That's fair. I went forward too fast. So what's cool about UFO 50 is not just that these games are presented in the way that they are, but also that you can go through the descriptions of these games like you're looking through a ROM reader and see who made them. They have like little descriptions of what was going on at the company to make this game. You see the logo change over time, various things. And you can start to put together like who the designers are, what was going on in their lives when the game released. It has a clear kind of alternate reality gaming backstory around this entire fake universe of games for this system that never existed. And I think it's very cool. I just labeled it that way to indicate that I think that the best part of this from a kind of narrative and story perspective is that connective tissue that they put in this game that didn't have to exist at all, right? They designed 50 games. They put them into one. They sell it for a really cheap price. I don't know what it's selling at right now. But
yeah, I think it released at 20.
At 20 or 25, I think. And then having all of this backstory connect those things is just above and beyond. And I totally understand why anybody would have this game on their top of list. Is that satisfactory?
Yeah, it looks like it released at 25. Sorry, it's putting it's the Steam's putting sound in my ears. But it is on sale right now.
There you go. So UFO 50.
Darn, I had a question. Oh, no, I was just going to say, you talked about like the sort of 8-bit, I don't know, like aesthetic, but then bringing in sort of modern gameplay principles. I also love that. That's actually what drew me to this. Like Shovel Knight has some sort of Souls-like pieces to it. And you're going through a whole bunch of progression and upgrades. And it's just a very cool, like whenever someone really nails that, I love it.
Yeah. And I think every single game that you enter in this in UFO 50 kind of has that. What are they going to do with this one that is going to look like a Nintendo game, but they're going to have some design ideas that don't feel like they're of that era. And it really, really works in a way that they should get massive credit for, more credit for than I'm giving them or anybody else has given them that I've seen. The next game is pretty similar to that. Unicorn Overlord is Vanillaware's attempt to recreate the magic of like Ogre Battle. And if that game doesn't ring a bell for you, it was a game in which you kind of make units of characters and throw them at each other in real time across kingdoms to have what are grand strategy type battles outside of simple tactics. In this particular game, you have characters that will do things on their own based on programming, not just AI programming, but like little things that you can put and tell them this is when you heal, this is when you hit for the characters, and then you send them off in the units that you create to go fight across the entire continent, really, in a way that's super, super cool. The reason it's here is because I never really got far enough in it. I've played through the first 10 hours or so a couple times this year, and then something else shiny distracted me. Otherwise, this is the game that probably is the one that I feel like deserves to be on the top 10 the most. But alas, the mathematics of the top 10 requires 10 and no more. And here it sits in my honorable mentions. Tom?
Glad you established that your top 10 needs to be 10.
I got to tell you, it was almost a game/game in one of the slots. And I was like, Tom is going to kill me if I do this. So Unicorn Overlord got the axe.
Fantastic. Unicorn Overlord. We'll talk about it more.
Oh, yeah? We'll talk about this one more? All right.
I wouldn't use the word grand strategy just because that has a meaning.
I know it does.
Like the Stellaris's and Victoria 3s and other Paradox games and other people that make grand strategy games.
I know it does.
But yeah, it's awesome. I think I have like 35 hours, it turned out, in it. I was surprised when I popped back into it. And I finished the first... It's broken up into kind of major sections for anyone who hasn't played it. And I finished the first major section.
Well, I think it's excellent. I think people should give it a try. I love Vanillaware. I think these are some of the most gorgeous pieces of art that exist in video games. They just have their style all their own. And I love how it looks. I love how it plays. This one is as close to the top 10 as anything else on my honorable mentions. And I highly recommend it to everybody.
Yeah, I say this a lot, but like it also harkens to sort of what I consider my golden age of the PS2 era, where games were like decently becoming polished, but also were taking a lot of risks, trying new things. You got really weird stuff. Odin Sphere is in that timeline.
Also Vanillaware.
Right. So I love that. And Unicorn Overlord feels like it fits right in there. Ogre Battle, I remember as a Super Nintendo game.
Well, I think there was also an Ogre Battle 64. But
okay.
Yes.
And Unicorn Overlord, excuse me, is sort of like a next generation or future reimagining of that game. So it has kind of a similar thing to the 8-bit games, bringing in modern sensibilities.
Yep. Total agreement. And yeah, drink some water, hydrate, make sure that you don't lose your voice in the first hour of our marathon here. The last game on my honorable mentions list is The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, which is a game I truly adore, that takes the Legend of Zelda kind of top-down approach that we last saw remade in Link's Awakening on the Switch and brings it to a new character, Zelda. I think this is the first Legend of Zelda where you play as Zelda and not Link. And like the other game in the Nintendo book this year, Princess Peach Showtime, they take the notions of what are the mainline series and say, what would this look like differently if it were Princess Peach or if it were Zelda? And in Zelda's case, rather than use a sword, although you do get some sword fighting abilities in the game, you are primarily collecting monster spirits that you can use to fight on your behalf and copying furniture and things that you use to solve puzzles in a really interesting way. So this is a game that didn't have to be as good as it is, and I wanted to get credit because it is a wonderful experience. One of the reasons it didn't make my top 10 is because I still think that this particular company that makes these games, the Link's Awakening remake and Echoes of Wisdom, hasn't mastered the limited power set available under the Switch, or believes that their game is primarily for the Switch too. I mean, we're right on the edge of the next Switch, so it's possible that it's really just kind of holding its place for the next system to come out. But it has technical issues that I really wish I didn't see on these types of games because they are kind of so reduced in graphical capability already that you really want to see that smooth frame rate throughout the game. And that doesn't happen here, unfortunately, but it is a really excellent dungeon puzzle experience. Tom, you want to jump in?
You don't want me to just softly nod? Well, I didn't play it. I will admit that it's probably because I'm a shill for graphics and performance that I don't play the Switch very much. Except for things where performance and graphics are not like challenged, 16-bit, 8-bit stuff.
Oh, you're going to get UFO 50 on the Switch when it releases. I know you are.
Why? I have a Steam Deck.
I just know you are. But it's not on the Switch yet, and I think that's one of the things that is unfortunate, because when it does come out on the Switch, it's going to be a great Switch game. I'm sure it plays great on deck too, Tom.
It really does.
All right, so that's my honorable mentions. I hope everybody's happy with them. I know some folks are going to get mad at me for not including Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Rebirth was one of the top 5 nominees for the Game Awards. I don't know if you looked at any of the Game Awards nominees. One of the things I said, and you put in your email about this particular project for THABTO 2024, is that we weren't going to include DLCs or expansions or patches. You're still upset that I included Cyberpunk 2.0 last year. That's fair. I did not include any of those things, but the Game Awards, the Jeff Keighley showpiece that was just finished up the last couple of days, did nominate for Game of the Year the Shadow of the Erdtree, the DLC for Elden Ring. I can guarantee you that will not appear on any of our lists. So I wanted to mention that up front because some people are going to be upset even by that. But people are upset about a lot of stuff. So we'll do our best. Tom, what are your honorable mentions? Let's talk about them.
Dragon's Dogma 2. If you know, it's a Capcom open world RPG. Obviously the second in the series. It's sort of got a Monster Hunter bent to, like, you're fighting big monsters and they have sort of complicated sequences and things like that. But you're playing with a party, kind of your own making. You make an ally, a pawn. That's the word they use. That is your sidekick, always with you. But then you go out and take 2 more from the pawns that other players have built and uploaded, and that's what you use to create your party. And they're all AI driven for the most part. You can do some things to sort of request that they do things or help you in certain ways.
They'll tell you when they see a ladder.
Oh yeah, they talk a lot and the lines are unfortunately not varied enough. But I love the original Dragon's Dogma. I was really into this one. It's got a very cool world that's very interesting to explore. It's got a little bit of what I'd say is sort of PC RPG rough spots, in that, like, a quest cannot be like super obvious what it's trying to have you do. Sometimes you just sort of stumble into quests or stumble into the middle of a quest, and it tries to make that work. But overall, I really enjoyed it. Its character creator is insane. I don't know if you've seen any of the images of, like, Paul Atreides or I think the girl from Horizon, or just Aloy, or
you can't make those mistakes here, man. People be on us.
But it's crazy, like, how sophisticated people got. And I assume that like, I've never really gotten into character creators. I've never really tried to, and I certainly never tried to make a specific, like, oh, I want to make, this character or this person in there. But this year I actually went in and I made myself, which was a cool suggestion from a friend of mine at work. Basically,
oh yeah, how did it turn out?
It's remarkable. It is, like, it looks a lot like me, especially at the time. I can't decide. He's a little, like, okay, first of all, he can only have a sad face.
I was gonna say,
I have not figured out how to make him not have a sad face. And he's actually my avatar at work. And a friend is like, you got to figure out how to make him not sad. Like, I don't know how to do it. He's
putting us off. But he does look like you a lot.
But yes, and like I said, especially the time I had a bit more of a mop. That's me. So I made myself the pawn, and that's the main character, so that my pawn could go on adventures and people could see me and stuff. It was cool. It was I was surprised at what I was able to achieve, because I'm not a graphic, I'm not a art person. I'm not particularly good at those. I look at the bars for, like, chin depth and stuff, and I'm like, but certainly working from something, in this case, I had some pictures that I was working on, makes that a lot easier, as it turns out.
Yeah. And I think that's great. I have to tell you, this is a very highly reviewed game. A lot of people really enjoyed this game. I bounced off this one pretty good. I think it's partly that jankiness. I think also, even though you said it was an interesting world to explore, Dragon's Dogma has always come across as a fairly generic place to me. It's very much kind of exactly what you would expect walking around the woods of England. I mean, it's very much photorealistic. You can tell from the picture that I just showed. And it's not that kind of fantasy element that I prefer in my games, whether it's Metaphor or Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. It tries to put you in something that's real-ish with a lion person.
I just say Rick says that while I'm standing next to my cat man.
Yeah, but like you can see, it's tufts of grass and a dirt road, and it's all very much just kind of what you would expect from a medieval kind of place. And so I bounced off it a little bit, but I do understand why people like it, people that enjoy kind of action combat more than I do. And there's a lot of them out there. Speaking of action combat, what's your next honorable mention?
Oh, Helldivers 2. This one was a very near miss, almost on my list. Obviously, it made waves in the industry that no one, including them, were expecting. It is just fun in a box, especially if you have a dedicated group to play it. It's sometimes goofy, sometimes very challenging and interesting and tactical, sometimes bombastic, I guess, just like the huge explosions going off and
I
stuff.
think it's always bombastic.
Yeah, hoping you're not inside of them. It's just a really fun game. I wasn't really looking forward to this one at the start of the year, and not because I didn't know it was coming or existed. It wasn't that I was somehow turned off on it. I played the original Helldivers, really enjoyed it. I think the only downside that it has is I don't think it's great with pickup groups, and it is completely unplayable solo. And the only reason I really know that is because during its original launch, it had a lot of problems because they had like 10 times the number of players that they expected. So server connectivity was a mess for like I think a week. And I was really excited to play it. So I was just like, all right, I'll just solo. The good news is I think it made me much better at the game when I eventually started playing with other players. Like I understood how dodging and things like that worked and why you needed to do them. But I did actually sort of connect with a group that plays pretty regularly, and that's a ton of fun. I think I'm the whatever the opposite of the carry is. I think I'm the one that they're dragging through it, but it is a fun time. Highly recommended as a kind of just it's a little bit of a potato chips game. It's not going to knock your socks off in terms of, I don't know, like world and story and stuff like that. But it is just a fun, hey, let's sit down and play something together for an hour or two that somehow manages to be very interesting despite being very repetitive.
Yeah, I mean, I think the key to Helldivers 2 is really, do you want to jump into an 80s action movie? Because we're going to be able to put that on your screen in approximately 30 seconds. And
I think the didn't it like Starship Troopers upticked like 100 times or something when Helldivers came out? People were like, what is this?
Yeah, well, if you don't like space bugs, you get to shoot at them with machine guns, call them down from your dropship, try not to hit other people. I mean, the beauty of the game design in Helldivers 2 and Helldivers 1, to be frank, is this notion of having to do complex tasks while under fire, while trying to deal in a kind of half panic state, which you wouldn't think would attach to a video game because you're sitting in your room by yourself. You're not actually going to be attacked by space bugs. But the whole idea is, all right, you have to do this simple thing, but you're going to have to enter in combinations on your D-pad while other people are yelling at you and explosions are going off. And if you do it wrong, you might just kill your buddy who is trying to help you. And having all that happen while you're playing makes for a fun experience. But yeah, I am not the target audience for Helldivers 2. I'm not really much of a multiplayer gamer in general, but this is a game where you're kind of trying to up your battle passes. They're not quite battle passes because they're permanent, but you're trying to up your battle passes and do things like that to get a cool cloak so you can fight on a different planet and do all these various things that are all on the internet in a way that I don't particularly match up with as a game player myself, but that I can see the fun. I've enjoyed jumping in for 20-minute bursts from time to time, but it's clearly not a game that's made for me. So yeah, it didn't make my honorable mentions list. Glad to see it on yours because I think it is a game that a lot of people like. And I'm glad to see this next one too, because I wasn't sure we were going to discuss it at all today. And I think it's one that a lot of people have told me is a game that can suck you in for 300 hours or more. So what is Satisfactory, Tom? And why should I be interested in it?
Satisfactory is a first-person logistics simulator in the style of things like Factorio. You're setting up production chains and, trying to generate just like a ridiculous number of certain objects, widgets, resources. And then you feed them into basically a spaceship or a space elevator. And that's how you progress.
How is it worse than Anno?
How is it worse than Anno?
Yes, Anno. I mean,
it's like
the best game.
Okay, so it's a completely different game, but also Anno's a city builder with production chains. It's not a logistics simulator. Your guys handle bringing X and Y from point A to point B. This you literally have to lay out the conveyor belt network and make sure that your flow rates are about proper.
I believe Travis said that he built his to be Spaghettiville or something like that with his conveyor belts.
Well, unfortunately, that just happens until you kind of like relay it out. I actually think I cheated a little bit in my most recent playthrough because I'd played it in early access, and I played it in 30 seconds, and I got to 30 seconds, and I was like, a fair amount. And so I picked one of the harder zones to start in because I thought, oh, that'll be different and interesting. And there's not a lot of flat land to work with in that. So I basically just started building a platform out from one of the edges. And it doesn't require any sort of support structure or anything. It's like Fortnite building. So it just goes like infinitely in like huge in one direction. And that was really helpful for just sort of like setting up a bunch of power plants and aligning things and everything.
So I get that this is 3D, but is it better than Factorio?
I haven't played Factorio in a long time. I think Factorio has some rough edges to it that I don't know if Satisfactory fixes them, honestly. It's just kind of like a different flavor. You're doing similar things. You're not dealing with the weird sort of like I don't know which robot arm handling in like you are in Factorio, which can be a little bit confusing. But one of the cool things is you are dealing with 3 dimensions. So, you know, when I was originally setting up, so originally you start with power plants that you have to maintain, like they're very annoying to maintain. You have to collect biomass and feed that biomass into the power plants. And you're going to start using a lot of power. I think I had like 8. And I created this network of conveyors that would like turn wood into biomass and then send it to the different like 8 reactors. I was so happy when I could disassemble that because I got access to coal power plants, and there you just need to feed coal into it and it makes power. But it needs water and it needs coal, and the water was down here and the coal was all the way up here. But I was able to build sort of these elevator conveyor belts to get it down. And that was great. And then I was able to, put like a true, like big, like power tower. I don't know, the big ones, like not just power poles, but like the ones you see, connecting cities, and get that back up to my main base and then delete all of the biomass stuff, which had to be constantly refilled manually. And it was great. And I'm excited to play it more. Like
this is a game I've honestly avoided because Travis warned me that it would suck hundreds of hours out of my life and I didn't have it to give. So this is one of those where I say I can't get interested in that game because it would be a problem for me. But I have heard great things.
It was definitely one of those that, it's like you start playing it and then it's dinner. You're like, oh, did I eat lunch? I think I ate lunch. I'm pretty sure I ate lunch.
Was that today? Might have been a different day.
Yeah, I feel fine. I think I'm fine. I'll definitely eat this time. But highly recommended. It's great. It's great. I know a lot of people love it.
Yeah, it's one I would like to try, but there are so many games that are attempting to be long-term or forever games that I have to be kind of cautious with because I don't want to get too invested in a game that's just going to take over the whole experience for me. And so Satisfactory sounds like one of those. Certainly College Football 25 this year was one that you can just decide that's what you're going to play for a week. Not for you necessarily, Tom, but for sports fans, college football fans like myself. And so that's one that I play very sparingly because I don't want to get sucked into that circle. Now, the next game is a game that a lot of people were waiting for a long time. We just saw a press release about how many people have played this. They've had 5 million users or more. It's a very, very popular game. Why is Space Marine 2 not higher on your list?
This is just a me thing. When it was getting close to coming out, I was super excited for it. It looked amazing. I think the Tyranids are a very fun enemy to fight, and Saber did a great job using the World War Z tech that they had developed to make a buttload of them. Because that's really the fantasy and the sort of mythos of the Tyranids in the Warhammer universes. They're just the horde. They're the basis for the Zerg, if you're more familiar with StarCraft.
Yeah, and they do some fun stuff in Space Marine 2. They make the bodies pile up so that they can climb up to higher areas.
Piles of other dead Tyranids to get up into the things. And they have parts where you're fighting like literal swarms that like you couldn't even count the number, and you're using like a flamethrower to like keep them away from you. I can see all the craftsmanship, the cool technology. I couldn't get into it. I don't know why. I think it probably is that it did a lot of stuff really well, but it didn't do anything different for the most part. It felt like fantastic third-person shooter, very good, pretty polished, but just like, I don't know, I tried a couple times and I bounced off it, and so it didn't have enough playtime, honestly, for me to put it on my main list. But I can recognize I can understand anyone who put this on their list as one of their top games this year, because it is impressive. It just didn't get there for me. Actually, the weird thing is it did inspire me to install, like, I don't know, 5 different other Warhammer 40K games, because I actually have, like, one, there's a lot of them, and I actually have a pretty significant library. So I went back and played things like Gladius and
were you playing Rogue Trader?
I have Rogue Trader. I have played the beginning of it. For some reason, I always sort of fall off of Owlcat games. I don't know why. But it's another one that's cool. But it is, it is also, 40K is weird. It just is. And so sometimes you can come into that and be like, oh, okay, this is sort of a bizarre plot that I'm involved in. But still seemed very cool. The characters seemed very cool. So I am interested in digging into that one more. I know a lot of people have really enjoyed it.
I feel like we should play that together. I feel like we should go co-op and play some Space Marine 2 at some point, because I think it is more fun with friends. It doesn't quite require them as much as Helldivers does, but I think Space Marine would be fun one to play. All right. Well, Space Marine 2, I think, is an excellent game. Glad to see it here. The next one is one probably people haven't heard of, Starcom Unknown Space, or Starcom 2, which is a kind of modern reinvention of one of my favorite games of all time in terms of Star Control 2 and the way that you explore a galaxy. What's good about this game, Tom?
I spent a ton of time on Starcom Unknown Space this year, which is the sequel to Starcom Nexus, as Rick was saying. It has a very Star Control flavor. The basic setup is, kind of, you're in a unknown place, aliens are around, you got to figure out what to do. You are having big plot lines with all of them, but you're also doing sort of a Star Trek-esque exploring. Like, you just go to a system and you're scanning the planets and you'll find different things. And that is, part of what you do. Actually isn't like dramatically like militaristic to begin with. Like, it's far more exploration. And then, things happen. Also, I love the shipbuilder. I probably dumped 10 hours into it. Like, it's just a very interesting, fun thing to both make, like, functionally different ships that are kind of interesting, and also cosmetically. If you're gonna, and I'm not a person who does that a lot. I'm not very good at it, to be perfectly honest. And I was able to do it, and it's very fun to be like, all right, I'm going to try to make a laser ship, or a ship that launches fighters or uses missiles, or some mix of them. They even have things in there. I think some of it's designed to evoke or reference other things. So you have like the Battlestar Galactica, like flak shield that you can put up. And so, like, I basically said, all right, I'm going to build a Battlestar Galactica. So it's going to be fighters and the flak shield. And one really powerful missile, and that worked. It worked pretty well. It was cool.
That sounds cool. Well, I really like the first one. I have not played this new one.
I'd say this one is way better. And that's not to talk bad about Nexus. It's just, this is one of those sequels where they took the bones that they built in the original Starcom and just continue to advance. Like, it's just a direct sort of progression of mechanics and stuff. So it benefits from, more time and care being able to be given to it.
Yeah, I think that's always good to see. And yeah, I love Star Control 2. People have heard me call it my favorite game of all time. It still is. You can get Free Stars, which is the version of Star Control 2 that's available to the original designers on Steam right now. As well as Starcom Nexus and Starcom Unknown Space. So if you feel like filling your Star Trek fantasies and having a little ship that becomes a bigger ship that has to save the Earth or do something else, check out these games because I think they're a fun design that unfortunately is not picked up by AAA enough. That's one of the reasons I like talking to you on these things, Tom, is you find these PC games that I have not heard of before. I was recommended by you a game during this show a couple of years back called Ixion, which I've really been enjoying. You like that one? That was a good sound.
Yeah, no, it's good.
So what is Witchfire? I know Ains has said those words, but I don't know what that is. I think it's a shooter. Are there witches?
Yes, Witchfire is a single-player extraction shooter roguelike in its sort of... I think extraction shooter and roguelike... I
can't make sense of that.
Have to be together. So an extract... Do you know those terms?
I do, but single-player extraction shooter I'm having difficulty with.
Yeah, so you go into a zone and there's a bunch of monsters kind of around, and when you kill all the monsters in a certain area, you get like a level up, basically an upgrade for that particular run. But you're also collecting souls, whatever they are, Witchfire, I think. And it has the souls like where if you die, you leave them behind and you have to go get them again. And then you go into the zone, you do the stuff that you're doing, and then you have to get to one of the exits and get out. And there's a lot of other things that can play into that. There's a whole escalating difficulty system, which in addition to kind of adding new combatants and new challenges, unlocks new secrets and new things to do, new challenges to overcome in terms of like the opening area that you go to is not very hard. It helps tutorialize the game and helps you get used to it. But it has a secret that once you get to like the second layer of difficulty, which is a good period of time, you find a huge extra area with a unique challenge tied to it, and unique rewards, and that's just super cool. And there's a ton of that across the game. It is also probably more polished and fun than a lot of games release at.
Yeah, this is early access. I think we should mention that.
Yeah, right? That's why it's my honorable mention. If this was a full release, it would be on my list. There's no question. I love it. The progression is also really interesting. Like you get money and then you invest in research to get these things, but then you level up the weapons by using them. This is actually a system I haven't really seen, which I thought was cool. You level up the weapons by using them. They all have, I should say the shooting style, the gameplay style it's Destiny. You will see weapons that are like Destiny weapons. I'm pretty sure Ace of Spades is one of the first guns that you get. They don't call it that, obviously. But the whole thing is inspired, like it has similar classes of weapons. You have sort of a double jump that you can use to maneuver around. It feels like you're playing Destiny in a lot of ways, I think.
But I do like the feel of Destiny.
So it's not a randomized loot system. It's like there's a fixed set of things that you can unlock, and you unlock them by doing research, which costs money and takes time. But then once you have the weapon, it has like currently three layers of upgrading that you can do. And what I think is interesting is the first one I think is free. But then it adds some perk. So I said Ace of Spades. That particular gun is a like revolver hand cannon and gives you special bullets for every critical you hit before reloading. The way that you progress past that point is you have to perform that action in addition to getting a resource that you need to upgrade it. So you really get a feel for what is this gun about? What is the cool trick that it can do? And you basically have to master it before you move to the next level, which amps up that perk and changes how it functions in a little bit and adds more to it. I haven't seen that before. Maybe that's on me. Maybe that is a normal thing for something, but ends up being super fun. And so it's really cool to unlock the weapons and then figure out what they do and then like learn that. Highly recommended. Very enjoyable. Technically speaking, the runs can be pretty quick. But when you do like 10 of them, it ends up being a long session. But I really enjoyed it. Oh, it has boss battles that are really good also, at least the limited ones. It's not content complete. And the way that they do that is they're very clear about like, they actually have a symbol that's kind of in lore, which I like, that has EA written on it. And that's basically where you hit the walls for this is not done yet. But it almost doesn't even look like it doesn't belong. So that's very cool. The thing that will probably initially you'll think turn you off is I think there's like 3 or 4 levels right now, and that doesn't seem like very much, but they're big. You explore them. They have tons of secrets and puzzles hidden in them. And as an extraction shooter or roguelike, ultimately you're playing them repeatedly to get resources so that you can upgrade your stuff, and including upgrading the difficulty so you can get access to more secrets, so you can get access to more resources. It's a delicious roguelike cycle. And like I said, if it was in a full release, it would definitely be on my list. And when it does fully release, I think there's a pretty good chance that it will be.
You heard it here first, folks. It's delicious. Witchfire. Put it on the Steam page, folks. But Tom, one question I did have about this, I haven't played this. Witchfire, to me, as a name, suggests a certain amount of like Doom, demon slaying, or dark forests or things. Is this sci-fi? Is this fantasy? What is this?
It is sort of a cultish, like I'm trying to like Salem, like when you think of Salem witches, that kind of architecture, time period, misty things that you're kind of going through. Primarily, you're fighting like bad dudes, but there are also monsters and skeletons and things like that. Like so it's like fantasy, but like not. It's like I don't know, relatively low fantasy, I guess. And you're using guns that are not period appropriate.
No, Destiny guns are not period appropriate to Salem witch trials.
Well, it's funny because it's like, yeah, they're not, but they sort of also kind of try to make them like, oh, if we had magic and had this kind of stuff, we could kind of do this thing even without advanced technology. And it's pretty cool.
Well, you've sold me on it. I'm interested in it. I'd probably wait for it to actually release. But before we move on to your last honorable mention, I did want to make 2 notes. One, I've seen Against the Tide in the chat linking all these games that we are talking about as we talk about them. I wanted to thank Against the Tide for doing that, and also to recommend to people that they check out those links if they want any kind of graphical or other information about these games, which we love, just not up on the top 10 list. So I wanted to mention that. I also wanted to mention that we got a very generous super chat from Vincent J, who says, couldn't catch you live a lot, but thanks for the entertainment this year. I like hearing your input on many things. I assume that is to Tom and not to me. All the best. Thank you, Vincent J. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the super chat and for everybody that supports the channel all year long, especially right now on this video. We love having this conversation, which leads me to, what's a Zeph on?
So I mentioned that when I was playing Space Marine 2, it got me to be interested in got me back into Warhammer. And one of my favorite Warhammer 40K games in recent memory is Warhammer Gladius. Gladius is effectively like a 4X game, but like really war focused. It's really a war game where you also are building. It's kind of like a turn-based RTS, which is absurd. But like you building up these bases and you're kind of churning out units, and then you use them to take out other guys. There's no like particularly well, I don't think there's any diplomacy because, you know, the world is at war. The galaxy's at war in Warhammer. There's no, you don't work together. But each of the sides has their own interesting bent around, because you're playing as all the different races in the Warhammer 40K universe. I think the one that I just finished was a Necron campaign. They have, each of the campaigns has its own story that you're going through. That's one of the ways you can win. Well, I think actually it's just one of the things you go through. You have to win by killing everybody, but
sure,
you go through the story and it gives you different powers and unlocks different characters and stuff as you go through. Highly recommended. Love it. It goes on sale pretty frequently, so definitely check it out. The biggest problem, I guess, in terms of if you really get into it, is most of the races are DLC, which also goes on sale pretty frequently. But I think you get 4 or 5 with the original release. And then I've just slowly accumulated them during Steam sales. So now I have, I don't know, like 12. And they're all just interesting Warhammer 40K factions. There's like the Sisters of Battle and the Tau and the Eldar. And each of them has their unique things. Like the Eldar have the access to the Webway, which is a series of gates. So you can teleport around the map in really interesting ways. But you have to kind of go and activate the Webway gates. And basically everyone else hates them because they know what they are. So like, you're constantly like rushing to get to them before other players basically knock them out. Really like it, really enjoyable. Oh, and it does something that this will maybe come up again. It's snappy. You can do all your stuff very quickly. You're able to move units simultaneously. And when you hit like end turn, it's very fast, especially if you're not sort of fighting with another faction. Just very, very, I like games that like don't make you wait a lot. I was recently playing the new Total War Pharaoh Dynasties, and I was enjoying it, but it takes like, at least for me, my computer, like 2 minutes to load a battle.
Yeah, that can happen.
Like, I enjoy this, but I don't know that I want to have that kind of experience. Also, I think it has a memory leak. So after an hour or so, it became unplayable. So the point of all this, Zephon is the team that made Gladius. It's their own IP. It describes
other than the 40K nature of it.
Zephon's not 40K.
I thought you said Zephon. What are we talking about?
Gladius, the game I was talking about, their previous game was Warhammer. It's Warhammer Gladius. Zephon is their own IP. They built their own world, but it is an identical game in terms of like base mechanics, like in terms of how you manage resources, in terms of how you get technology, in terms of what you're generally doing. The world is a very interesting, like dark post-apocalyptic, like aliens came and just like blew up everything. And there's these 3 different factions. One is the AI Zephon, which like tried to fight back and is still fighting back. There's like another that's like the people that sort of like embrace the aliens and are now like alien-like. It's and it's dark. Like the whole world is like covered in sort of a biomass. It's just like most of the people are dead, but it's really fun for the same reason that the Gladius is in a lot of ways, the way that what I was just talking about. But also it's interesting. You only have 3 factions, but each of them has 3 leaders, which are very different play styles for that faction. And any faction can technically work with the same tech as other factions, or mostly. I think each faction has a few techs that are unique to it because of unique mechanics that they have. But otherwise, I think it's like there's like human, cyber, and AI or something like that. And you have sort of a bent towards that because that's your faction, and you'll have benefits towards that. But you can technically bring in other things to kind of fill out your strategy, fix some gaps that particular faction may have. It's a lot of fun. I got really into it. I played like 2 or 3 games like back to back basically, and it's very cool. If it's Gladius, so if you've played that, you'll like it, I think. It's again, it's snappy. It's not graphically demanding, but looks nice. And that's another positive.
I love these lists because you're always telling me things that even I've missed going through the store as often as I do. So that sounds cool to me. I like the notion of a grimdark AI fighting against an alien race that's already beaten humanity back. That sounds like fun. But, to each their own. Now, Tom, do you happen to recall whether or what time you guessed the honorable mentions would take us today?
I said it would take us about an hour and a half. And so we're coming in under the wire.
Yeah, it is about an hour and a half, though. So I really appreciate everybody that's still here. And I do see Against the Tide making note of the fact that if we go too long, they won't be able to link the game references the whole time. I totally get that, Against the Tide. But I really do appreciate you linking what you have so far and continuing to be with us for right now. I am still aimed firmly at bringing this in at under 3 hours, but we'll see how we do because we got to get into the games now. And before we do, I want to talk to people about our procedure because I think this is important. I've seen Tom's list, but Tom hasn't seen mine. So he doesn't know what order I've got things in. He doesn't know where we match up. He doesn't know how many games are copied on these lists. I can tell you that there are about 4 or 5 that are shared across both lists, but that's it. I think we only have 1 slot on the whole list that is identical, and we'll see it when we get to that. But are you ready to start our top 10, Tom?
Yes, let's do it.
You are ready. All right, chat, we're going in. Top 10. Get excited. Here's my number 10. It's going to be good. Tom, do you recognize that game?
Yes, that is Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown.
That is Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown. Rick's number 10 game. I'm very excited about this one. I have said in a number of places across the internet that I view The Lost Crown as effectively right up there with Super Metroid and Symphony of the Night as the games that really created the Metroidvania genre, that this is right there with the best that this genre has ever offered. And if you don't know, Prince of Persia is a long-running series. This is really not all that connected with the original Prince of Persia games or even the remakes or new directions that Ubisoft took the series. But it is a two-dimensional Metroidvania game with fantastic combat, really good ideas, and interdimensional nonsense that just really made my day as I went through this game. So it's constantly imaginative. It's constantly changing what it is that you're doing in the game, and has those best qualities of Metroidvania where you say, oh, I've got this new thing and I can go back and do this other area, and is constantly rewarding you for doing so. Tom, do you like this game?
Yes, I don't know how you're handling this, but it is on my list as well. So I'll talk about it now, and then maybe we'll just be like, hey, this is Tom's number blah.
I can do this. This is what we did last time. I can highlight that it is on your list as well while we have the picture up. It is not just Rick's number 10. It's also Tom's number 8. So when we get to it, we won't have to discuss it again.
But maybe confuse my list order may end up confusing here. You'll have to show it at the end, I guess. Yes, I was very surprised by this. Actually, Rick showed it to me while I was visiting him at some point, and I was like, looks okay. But when I played it, it was much more enthralling. It is like a very strong Metroidvania. I think that it really makes I hope that it made good money, because I think it makes a very strong case for like veteran developers to build something of a normal scope. And I say normal in that I've put 20 hours into this, and I'm fairly certain I'm at least 20 away from the end, if not more.
It's a big, long game.
But it's got great exploration elements. It's got a very smart feature for these kind of games, which is the memory shard, or whatever it's called, memory eye. You can take a screenshot basically of where you are, and it gets added to your map so that you can be like, oh, that's not a thing I can open yet in typical Metroid style. But now you have it flagged as like, once I get the ability to blow open rocks or whatever, these 6 things are a thing I can do. And it's just very smart way to handle that. I love the art style. It's got kind of a comic book aesthetic.
Yeah, it's 3D, 2D, and then it has a kind of cartoony approach to graphics. I think really works well for it. And I'm glad that you enjoyed it better when you got to play it yourself. Nobody should have to enjoy games just watching me play them, because I'm just not that good.
It's funny, actually. At least a few of these are probably like, I watched Rick play it, and I wasn't interested in it, but then I played it. It was great.
Does happen.
And it's, I think, actually, I'd say, if anything, Lost Crown kind of, I don't know, is more of an homage to like the original Prince of Persia. Obviously, those are 2D. The combat has a lot of parrying in it. You die instantly when you hit certain traps. You don't die instantly in that you have to start over, but it throws you back because navigating the traps successfully is one of the challenges. So you can't just like take damage and keep going. It says, all right, nope, try again. You missed it. And more of a, the Celeste, like super hardcore platforms, it's not as hard, but occasionally it can really stretch you. But instead of the sort of Celeste of you died, start again, it just sort of throws you back there, takes a little bit of your health, and
it's got some really challenging platforming. It
very
does.
Snappily puts you back.
I know you like snappiness. I've gotten that.
Time is limited. It also has these sort of the separate section that I've already played too much of, where there's got like the really hard stuff. It's like a general sort of challenge area. And they really show like, okay, here, you need to do like 6 things simultaneously here. Can you do that? And, when you pull that off, it feels really good. So yeah, highly recommended. I can't really speak to the story because I've only seen a little bit of it, and it doesn't like, it only interjects infrequently.
Yeah, it's effective. It for that genre, right? It's Symphony of the Night is Dracula's over there, go get him.
Right.
Super Metroid is, wow, you're stuck on an alien planet. Get out. Lost Crown is some of that. I think one of the things it does really smartly is it puts you in a really weird kind of place. I think these games work best when you have a kind of magical place that you don't understand and you're trapped there and you have to figure out what's going on. So there's time manipulation, there's interdimensional craziness. There's stuff that happens in this location, but you're always there even when it changes biomes. And so I think that's what really works here. But I wouldn't say the story is like utterly amazing or anything, but it's very, very functional and it's constantly doing things. It doesn't just sit there and you're stuck doing the same thing for 20 hours or so.
Yeah, your point is fair. It's got sort of a, I don't know, Metroid Dread is what I think of storytelling, where it's like lots of exploring, and now we're going to talk a little bit. And then lots of exploring, and then we're going to talk again. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. I do, like I said, I hope it makes good money because I think I would love to see more of these, reasonably scoped projects from veterans that can afford to be a little riskier, can afford to try new things, but still bring that craftsmanship to it. I mean, Lost Crown is beautiful, performant. I think it runs at, I think it might be 120 hertz. I'm not positive of that, but that's what my TV says. And it's fantastic. It's a great game. Highly recommend.
I do love Lost Crown. It is my number 10 game of the year. It is Tom's number 8. And we're going to get to Tom's number 10 right now. So this is going to give it away just from what I put up on the screen. But Tom, here's your number 10.
Can anyone tell what game that is?
I bet they can. And so we talked about it as part of my honorable mentions, but this is on your list. You love UFO 50, even though you've only played half of them.
Yeah, we talked about this. So I don't think there's a lot more I can say, except for it's a collection of 50 8-bit era game like aesthetics with modern sensibilities. As Rick said, there's some sort of background connecting them. Like there's actual chronology to the games. So you'll eventually sort of play sequels. They get basically better at doing them in terms of, art or sophistication or things like that, which is just really interesting in this fake chronology.
It is. And then one thing I will add to this is that you buy UFO 50. If you play that first game first, you're going to be like, what are these guys talking about? Because that's true. That is really early days.
Yeah, it is. And that's the point, right? Like that is their first game in the sort of almost like PC era of like Dark Castle and stuff. Like it doesn't have music. It barely has sound effects. For some reason, your character hatches from an egg when they die.
It's not bad, but it's really hard to engage with.
Yes.
So don't let that fool you if you pop into this product and try that first one.
No, it's true. Highly don't do them in order in general. Like look at what interests you and pop that open. Most of them aren't connected in any specific way, like that you would need to know anything else. It's like the first one I played, I think is somewhere in the middle. I want to say it's called Camouflage. Still love that one.
That's really good.
You're a chameleon. You can change your skin so that you blend in with tiles, and you need that to get by bad guys. You have no other way to deal with it. And it's just really fun. You look at it and you're like, how can I... It's like they're very good puzzles. How can I do this? And it has a good aha moments in terms of, oh, I see, I can change colors there and then change colors there and then do this. And now I'm able to get by these guys.
Yeah. And you get 50 of them. It feels like you've stolen from them because it's like, this is what I would pay for this game on the Switch or on my Steam Deck separately for maybe a couple bucks, but I would. And UFO 50, seemingly all 50 have that. I haven't gotten far enough in all of them, but I have played them all. And so I highly recommend it as well. And I'm glad to see it on your number 10, Tom. Now, I got to tell folks before we go to...
Plays great on deck.
Plays great on deck and is totally fine for your kids.
Yes. Yes.
I got to tell folks before we get to my number 9, I understand that a lot of you are going to have thoughts on this. A lot of you are going to have things to say about this entry. But it is 100% a valid member of my personal top 10 for the year. And this is a game that I will go to bat for. I've gone to bat for in many locations. The Last Stand crew still makes fun of me for my references to this.
Oh, okay. I think I know. Yeah.
Here we
go.
Number 9, Skull and Bones. And I got to talk about this game a little bit because this has gotten unfairly maligned by a gamer group that is just unwilling to try new things and is eager to jump on ideas that they don't think make sense at the outset. And a lot of these people that jump on games like this, like Skull and Bones, have not played them. Certainly haven't played them for the 100+ hours that I've played them. And I want to tell you, if you're at all interested in sailing the 7 seas and pillaging forts and fighting supernatural entities and figuring out how to build your own smuggling crew across a number of islands, then Skull and Bones is the very best place to do that right now. And I love this game to pieces. It's gorgeous. I personally am someone that really enjoys kind of the Age of Sail and these big, tall ships and cannons firing into forts and things. But even more than that, I love economics. I'm an economics major, for those that don't know. It was my background. And this is the kind of game where you say, all right, I'm going to need this kind of pitch. I'm going to need this kind of wood. I'm going to need a blueprint for this kind of thing to upgrade my ship in the way that I want to do it. And you are then going to go figure out where's the best place for me to go harvest those things. Where's the best place for me to go steal those things. And like the best sandbox games, you're going to put together your own kind of missions just based on the parameters of what you're trying to achieve. And you're going to hear sea shanties while you do it. And you're going to fire cannonballs and you're going to be a pirate. Arrgh! And Skull and Bones is where you can do it. And I love this game to pieces. Tom, what do you have to say about this entry?
You heard it here, guys. Skull and Bones for the economist in you.
I love Skull and Bones.
I played it. Actually, it's funny. I don't know if Rick remembers this, but I bought Skull and Bones as part of a deal with him, and he bought Helldivers 2 so that we could play them together.
And we didn't.
Neither has really happened. I think he has played 0 Helldivers 2 with me, and I've played like 10 seconds of Skull and Bones with him. I did play a good amount of it. I think the things I can say are positive of it is there's nothing like it. I thought that this was Sea of Thieves.
It is not. Yeah.
I had not watched any of the footage, so that's not entirely fair. But if you're not doing that, which I think a lot of us are, that's just like, oh, that's like sort of a more fancy Sea of Thieves. And it's not. It's my favorite is Travis's trademark CRPG with C spelled SEA. You are a boat effectively, and it has RPG elements where you're accumulating different resources and you're level. I don't think it doesn't have an experience system, right? It's all money.
It's your ship has a level, and then you're trying to get upgrades to your ship to check into the next level, and then it's running level checks against the things that you're fighting.
But it's all equipment based. There's
but it's not strictly money because you can't buy everything you need.
You're right. So I enjoyed it when I played it. I don't know if I'll go back to it. It's funny because it's one that I should like more than I do, in that I love Age of Sail. I love sort of romanticized pirate era. It's got a decent amount of jank, I think, to it, which is one of the turnoffs. But
I think the stuff that they added to run around the island and like this game was a game that went through a number of design passes. We know that it had like a tortured development history. And I don't think that you actually leaving your boat and changing your outfits or doing those kinds of things lands particularly well. It's much more comfortable with you as the boat on the open sea than it is with you running around. You really don't get that experience of being terribly engaging in that way that you do with like Assassin's Creed Black Flag when you get off your boat. And so I do think that it lost some street credibility for that. I just think it's unfair for all the good things it does.
Yeah, I think we'll talk about this some, and I think we already have. There's games that really know what they want to be and just nail it. And Skull and Bones is kind of the opposite of that. You can see sort of that tortured development that he talks about, trying to figure out what are we, who are we trying to appeal to? Oh, people are going to want to, dress up their doll. So we need to figure out some way to allow that. People don't want to just be a boat. And so I think they made compromises to try to hit all that. And yes, the shiny bits are customizing your boat and killing other boats with it.
It's so good. And if you've played Black Flag, it is very similar to those systems. It has some upgrades and improvements as you would expect for a game that's focused specifically on the ship combat aspect. But it is mostly that Assassin's Creed Black Flag gameplay. So I really do think it's gotten unfairly pilgrimed. Like so often happens on the internet, they pick their target for one of the games that comes out, one of the movies that comes out, whatever it might be. And Skull and Bones was that in like February and March of this year. But if it all interests you, I can tell you the game is there. There is fun to be had. It is that kind of forever game that if I turn that on, that's all I'm going to be playing that day. I know that I have to be careful with it, but it is excellent at times, and it does some stuff that no other game does right now. So I love it to death. Please do check it out if you're at all interested. Don't just be frightened away by the Twitterati or anybody else that's coming after the game. But if you like games, if you like economics, if you like piracy, if you like combat against ghost ships with your buddies that are going to be in the universe with you, it's a great, great game, and I highly recommend it. It was the one that I was sure was going to be the most controversial entry onto my list, but I had to include it because literally I was doing the PlayStation wrap-up for 2024, and it's like, yeah, you played a lot of Rebirth, but you also played a lot of this Skull and Bones game. So what's that about? And I was like, yep, that's true. Got to put that on the list.
For a good amount, I watch Rick on the Bitcast, and it was sort of this ongoing joke of Rick being like, Skull and Bones! for like half the year.
It's because Ains had to take a show off, and so I decided to make that the Skull and Bones episode.
Oh, God, I remember that.
And he got so mad at me. He continues to bring it up because I'm never again. I was like, come on. People like Skull and Bones.
But you were like already the Skull and Bones guy before then. Like, anytime there's a conversation, hey, have you tried that Skull and Bones yet?
I could not recommend it more. I want to play it right this second. If I just disappear, I just want to play Skull and Bones. But I am so excited about telling you about this game because I think it is so negatively associated out on the internet, and I think it's unfair.
I think, to be fair, you could recommend it at least 8 spaces more.
Man, this was just where it felt appropriate. I really like the rest of my list, but yes, Skull and Bones could be a top 5 game for me pretty easily, but here it is at number 9. I love it. Go check it out, everybody. Tom's number 9 is perhaps a little bit less controversial. So let's see what that is.
Genshin Impact.
Could be. There's some heterochromia here. There's a young man with some blue hair and a fairy.
That's bright. Yeah. Metaphor ReFantazio. To be honest, the reason this is so low on my list is just I haven't had time to play it. I picked it up late, not like when it first came out, and there just hasn't been enough time for me to dig into it. I only got to the sort of what I'd call persona bits where you're managing relationships and time and have like sort of an oncoming goal in your calendar that you have to figure out how to prepare for, like just recently, and that was probably 6 or 7 hours in.
A lot happens in the first couple hours of Metaphor.
So I don't think I've gotten enough time with this to put it up further. I think if I had, I think it would go up more. It's Persona in a fantasy world with some. I mean, that's really the hook. It's Persona in a fantasy world. It has so many Persona-ish things, with the exception of the way that you do like the personas is slightly different. They're archetypes. You earn them in different ways, but the general concept of them is very similar, and they're powered up. Certain different types of archetypes are powered up by your social connections. I mean, it's very Persona.
It is very Persona.
If that's something that you like, cool. I would say it's very Persona, but one of the nice things is it's probably a bit more approachable. Not a lot. Still anime. Still some weird, but not like weird fairy monsters that you're summoning through your thoughts, or in the case of Persona 3, shooting yourself in the head.
Folks, I just want to remind you that Tom is not very far in this game. when he makes these statements about how weird it is.
It might get way weirder. I don't know. I was just thinking about the designs of the initial archetypes are not like as crazy as the stuff I've seen in Persona. However, the human thing, I have no idea. And I have to assume they're going to pay that off at some point. I have my prediction. I have not gotten anywhere.
We're not spoiling any metaphor here, Tom.
Can I? Okay. Yeah. I think I know where it's going. And I don't know.
That's how they get you.
The giant creepy looking monsters are called humans. But I have an idea.
Metaphor has a lot to say about utopia and humanity and philosophy.
That's true.
And it is a literal metaphor. That is what I thought was the most interesting thing when I played the demo or the early access kind of area of metaphor. And it is very intellectual. It is, Tom says it's more approachable than Persona. I think it might be. I honestly think that kind of high school experience is maybe a little bit more easy to understand, especially with the calendar system and everything else in the Persona games, than what they've done here. But as someone that loves world building and loves fantasy in general, I really like that this world of metaphor is clearly like a brand new world. It feels like the start of what's going to be a franchise for Atlas. And I really like getting in on the early days of those kinds of things. It is a little bit more highly thought of by me. I've got it as the number 4. We'll see that on my list against Tom's number 9. But I think it is fair to say that Tom, having just gotten to the calendar system, which is like really early days in this game, doesn't have enough perspective on what this game does and doesn't do. So I think 9 makes a lot of sense for an entry there for this. But I do think it is one of the best games of the year, obviously, with the number 4 ranking for me. So
yeah, I think it's one of Atlas's best, to be perfectly honest. I think it's, and I guess what I'm saying in approachability, and you can tell me that this goes away too, is like the enemies that you're fighting at the beginning are, wolves and butterflies and things that generally exist, snakes. Whereas in Persona, you're like, I'm fighting an eyeball that appears to be sitting on a chair, or just a floating crown and a hand. And so I think that part, which could be, I think, a turnoff for a normal audience, they do a much better job of on-ramping you with normal, and then they can go weird. Persona's just weird right out the gate.
Maybe. You might be right, Tom. I will tell you that metaphor gets plenty weird.
And that's fine. I guess I'm just saying they ramp on in a way that is much more, I'm watching an anime, almost like Berserk. And then it's like, these are people who, people. We'll just say people. That are fighting other people and have, basic magic. And there's a reason why they have it. And like, I just think it ends up making an easier first impression. Like I said, I just got to the time part and I'm not going to spoil anything, but obviously that transition is weird and very anime.
It's a very anime game. I mean, I think you got to have some capacity to enjoy anime conceits in your gaming. And certainly as the game goes on, it becomes a different kind of anime than you might be expecting. It becomes an almost Pokemon or shonen battle type anime with archetypes, not just that you're using for battles, but in the characterizations of what you are combating as part of the storyline of that game. I think it's going to be an acquired taste for many, if not most, but I think metaphor is very good. I have said in other places online that I think honestly the Persona high school setting works a little bit better for me personally, but part of that is because so many of the games I play are set in some kind of fantasy and magic setting that I like that metaphor is there, but I do feel like that is the kind of setting that I'm used to seeing in video games.
That's fair. I do think that the high school personas are not near as related if you don't understand how high school is in Japan, because it seems markedly different than it is here. I can't speak to the rest of the world.
I think my entire understanding of high school in Japan comes from the Persona series. So
yeah, or 13 Sentinels. But yeah, it's from games and anime a little bit. But I agree. Like, it's clear that that time thing, the calendar, is sort of more grafted on to ReFantazio than it is in Persona, where it's like, no, you're going through days in the world. You have to go to school. You have to do your job. This is more like we're putting a timeline on it, and you can only do a certain amount per day, but it's less. It doesn't align quite as well. It's still great.
And Metaphor is set up so that you don't have to make as many difficult decisions with how to spend your time. Okay. I will just tell you that as you go forward. It does some really cool stuff with travel and travel times that helps establish like the size of the world that I think really works with the calendar system really well. Cool. But it is designed to be chiller than the Persona series, where a lot of the times folks will tell you that in order to get the most out of a Persona game, you have to use a strategy guide that says this is what you should do on October 12th, etc. And that really doesn't come into play in Metaphor. So I think that's an improvement.
Thing that I think is a very, very, not a spoiler really, but I have a question for you.
Okay, I'll see if I can answer it.
Did you fight the dragon?
Yeah, of course. Are you kidding me? You put a dragon in front of me? It tells you not to fight this dragon. Yes, yep. Of course I fought that dragon. Used the sword he gave me for a while, too.
Yep.
All right. That's Metaphor for now. We might come back to it, discuss it a little bit more when we get up to my number 4. But for right now, my number 8 game of the year is a little game starring this guy.
Hey, buddy.
He is Astro Bot and his dog pal.
He cleaned up at the Game Awards.
He did clean up. It was funny as you watch the first hour of the Game Awards and Astro Bot's winning everything it's nominated for. I'm like, are they gonna give this to Astro Bot? And they did. Astro Bot is the game of the year from Jeff Keighley. This is not the Jeff Keighley show here. This is the Hoeg show. So you're stuck with our opinions on these things. And my opinion is it's the number 8 game. And honestly, Astro Bot was one of the games I was the most excited about. I love the Playroom, the free pack-in that they gave with the PlayStation 5. I love Rescue Mission. I think it's one of the best VR games ever made. This one I actually thought was maybe too big for the ideas that they had, which were limited. You wound up with repeating ideas across a number of the worlds. And so I love this game. I think it's one of the best feeling games to play on the PlayStation. I think Team Asobi just really has it down, how the controller works and how to make a platformer feel good and look shiny. But I didn't love how often it repeated ideas, and I didn't love how focused it was on selling you on the Sony and PlayStation brand. I know folks online think I have various thoughts about Sony and PlayStation or Xbox and Microsoft and all these things. It's really not that. I play most of my games on the PlayStation. But unlike Playroom, which was a free pack-in that was designed to say, look how great your PlayStation 5 is, Astro Bot was a full-priced game that was based around saying, look how great your PlayStation 5 is, and look how great 30 years of Sony PlayStation is, as you go and rescue specialty bots from various games that existed in the PlayStation history. And it wound up feeling to me very much like I had paid to be advertised to. And so I love the platforming. I love the game design. I think this is a immaculately constructed game. I wish it wasn't so much a Sony advertisement. That's just how I feel about it. Tom, I know it's one rank higher for you. Here's your number 7 game.
My number 7. I think it's great. I love it. I think it's fun in a box. It has a very positive, upbeat attitude, which is very not common these days.
It is very fun. Yes.
I actually really enjoy the PlayStation stuff. I do understand that, especially when you kind of look at it as the versus the pack, and you're like, you're reassembling a PlayStation 5. But I guess as a person who is a big long-term PlayStation fan, like seeing the bots that are referencing things like Bloodborne or Ape Escape or all these old games that I remember is really fun and enjoyable. And so when I go into one and I see the little thing that's like, this is going to be a PlayStation bot, I'm excited to see what it is. And then when I go and like unlock the little, accoutrement, and it puts it on the PlayStation bot, and then that guy does like a little fun animation. I think it's fun. I really like that. I really like that as a reward. I think and I haven't played enough of it, but I think that the repetition of mechanics could be. I watched I got it for my son, who devoured it. But they do, I think, sort of come back and repeat the mechanics. And I don't know that they evolved them dramatically between those. They have very good mechanics that I think are great. And I think they use them in a lot of interesting ways. I just don't think that it doesn't seem like that increases, or like, oh, now you're going to do this, or hey, you learned this mechanic, now we're going to flip it on its head. Maybe it does. I hope it does, but I haven't seen that.
Yeah, no, I think they hit the wall. I think they have a lot of good ideas. They're generally around one new device you get per level. And then when you run that level again with that same device, it's mostly the same ideas. They're good ideas. It's a good game, and it plays fantastically well. It looks great. It is super fun. The music's awesome. Astro Bot's a great game. It's not my favorite game of the year, but it's a great game. And yeah, I think mostly people are on your side, Tom. I think mostly people say, Rick, you're a curmudgeon, get off my lawn type guy. And it's great to go collect Kratos. Yeah, and they've got all these levels in there where you pretend that you're playing God of War, you pretend that you're playing Uncharted or Ape Escape or anything else. And it's like, this is a waste of time. I have those games to play. And I'd rather see you guys make Astro Bot levels. But again, curmudgeon. I'm just sitting there playing Skull and Bones, wishing I could pirate various aspects of the Indian Ocean, and Astro Bot's trying to give me a good time.
Astro Bot just needed a Skull and Bones level, and Rick would have been on board.
I still would have objected to the concept, but yeah.
Also, the obviously is it Asobi? Is that the team?
Team Asobi, yeah.
Clearly has also their background in sort of like being the tech demo. Like basically they just try to do crazy, like, look what we can do on the PlayStation. Would you like to see 1,000 physics objects that you're just kind of like kicking around for no reason? And in some ways it is impressive. I don't think it adds anything really, except to be like, oh, that's cool.
I don't think anybody does.
Move on.
I don't think anybody does the haptics on that PlayStation 5 controller better than them.
Oh, that's true. Like it's literally every step. What I do think, and you can probably turn this off, is I think at least by default they put way too much through the speaker controller. The speaker controller controller speaker is solid. It's an interesting thing, but they're putting like main dialogue through there, just like normal dialogue.
I was gonna say, is there dialogue?
They're putting all the normal sounds through there without any specific reason for doing so, and that I didn't love. And like I said, I think you can probably turn it off or change it. I like when the games use the controller audio as a unique and immersive bit, like, oh, your communications come through there, or your voice logs, or like the some different bit, so it feels like your controller is some input that's different. Astro Bot's just like literally everything, or a lot of it is coming through. The music doesn't, but a lot of the sound effects come through, and also are really loud through the controller speaker. Aiden asked me to, my son asked me to turn it down like multiple times because it is like blasting you in the face with the controller speaker, and the controller speaker's solid, but not great.
It's fair. I don't recall having any issue with it, but it definitely uses it a lot. And then I was trying to remember whether there was any dialogue in this game. So you got me there. But
not unless you consider singing the words Astro Bot to be
I
dialogue.
am Astro Bot.
But no, the reason dialogue came out of my mouth is I was thinking about what I was going to say there with the voice recordings and stuff coming through. I find much more immersive and interesting.
Now, we already know your number 8. We're going to get to it in just a second. I wanted to highlight that Joe Brumbaugh has given us super chat. Thank you so much, Joe. First of all, congratulations on your win over Ohio State. It wasn't my win, but I am very impressed that the Wolverines pulled that one out. Sorry, Ohio State fans. Now me and my podcast buddy will unveil our top 10 on the Group Quest podcast feed. I do hope that this 10 will help you out. Absolutely, Joe. Thank you so much. And Tom, did you watch the Wolverines upend the Ohio State Buckeyes the other weekend?
Yes.
You did not. There's no way you did. Did you know they played?
Yes. That one okay. I did know.
All right. I appreciate
Partially because I can tell by like reading your mood if a football thing has gone poorly or well. Oh, Rick's sour today. The Wolverines must have lost.
I cannot be that adjusted by the machinations of the...
It's unrealistic. I don't understand how you sports fans do it. I am not that invested in anything that I don't have control over, I think. So like you watch the little men on the screen and they didn't do as well as you hoped, and you're like sullen for a day.
Well, it's good to root for things, you know, especially if they're outside your control, because you really can get invested. You don't have anything you can do to change it, which can feel like a bummer, but they can also fix it for you without you doing anything. So it goes both ways. Now, we talked about your number 8, Tom, but we'll add the picture back up once again.
You guys remember what this is? Couldn't go for a second screenshot, huh?
Honestly, I had different screenshots for all the entries here, and I was running up against the size limit. So this is your number 8, The Lost Crown.
I feel like we really said all that we can say about it. I was really impressed with it. Wasn't expecting a lot out of it.
Hey, I'm always happy to not have you talk. I'm happy to talk more than you. That's fine with me.
Originally, when Rick showed it to me, I was like, yeah, that looks okay. And admittedly, he was playing the intro, which doesn't have any of the exploration, doesn't have any of the bits that I think really shine.
It's a parry game, and I've been working on my hand the whole time, so I wasn't great.
It's a prologue, and then when you get to the castle, as it were, you know, the Dracula's castle, then it really starts to come into its own. And I said it before, I'll say it again. I hope that it did well, because I think there's a space for this sort of, I don't know, triple A, double A. I think that indies don't have to be where the interesting stuff happens. I'm glad that they are, but I think Lost Crown was, I'm hopeful, a small team with a small budget, not like nothing, but like compared to, you know, $400 million or whatever, like a much more reasonable, hey, let's try this out. So I hope that succeeded. I hope we see more of that kind of stuff, because I think it would be great for the industry.
I have bad news for you on the current state of Ubisoft, Tom.
I think you said something about something with the Ubisoft.
Yeah, they're having some trouble. I don't think Lost Crown.
Stock.
I don't think Lost Crown made a ton for them. So I wouldn't anticipate this to be the direction they go in. I think that's a shame, but Lost Crown is great. I can still recommend it. We've recommended plenty of games before in the past that the studios have basically broken up after. Who knows? We might have Concord on our list somewhere here. But yeah, it's just the case that the best games don't always find the audiences that they need to find to survive.
It's true. And also, game quality is only one factor in game success.
But we can talk about a game of high quality that took the world by storm this year with my number 7 entry, which is a little game called Balatro. Yeah, it's funny that everybody knows Balatro now. I remember when I was reading reviews of this game the week it came out, and I was like, what? And I looked up, like, what does that word even mean? It's like a Joker character from like Roman times or something like that. It's a terrible name. Like, the fact that it's a terrible name should tell you how good this game is, because the fact that people are still finding it, even with that name, is an important part of this story. This is a game that I think is going to be the most influential of 2024. Like the Balatroification of like common tasks, making things that are simple, like putting together a poker hand, and adding roguelite aspects of it, like Balatro figured out how to do, is going to be a genre. Just like Slay the Spire made a genre on Steam and indie games. And I think we've already seen that. There's a chess version of Balatro that's out there where you've got like roguelike elements and chess moves. I think you're going to see this more and more. But for folks that haven't played it, one, you can get it on your phone right now. I'm sure you have a phone. Go to your store, get Balatro, and I'm sorry for the rest of your day because it's gone now. But it's a game that just has you making poker hands and taking those poker hands and scoring points with them based on what's in those hands. And then using, you see at the top of the screen there, jokers to change how they're scored so that you can meet antes, that you can beat numbers that are set out for you in order to progress through a chain to get to the end of the game. And just explaining those rules is not enough to tell you why Balatro is so fun. It's impeccably designed. It has all of the wonder of a roguelite where you don't know exactly what jokers you're going to get. You don't know what you're going to have to build around. And then the simplicity of putting together video poker hands to figure out, do I want 4 of a kind here? Do I want instead to give my cards back and make something else? And you see here the cards on the bottom of this particular screenshot also have different affixes that are attached to them for scoring. You see one made out of glass. You see other things here that are going to change how they are scored specifically. And through these things all working together, you can take a hand that would have scored 20 points to start and make it score 20,000. And so you're playing the meta game at the same time that you're playing this simple poker game. And it is addictive and wonderful. And this is one of those games that is in the made by one person bucket. Now his publisher has helped him out a lot with this. I know a couple of people at the publisher that have spoken about that. But I love these stories, just like I love the Stardew Valley story. And I wish this guy all the success in the world, because Balatro is a great enhancement to the lives of a ton of people. And I expect this to start new genres throughout independent gaming. Tom, you got any thoughts on Balatro? It is, after all, your number 6 game of the year.
Yes. Balatro was, as I referred to earlier, one of the other games Rick showed me, and I was like, eh. I think it's very hard to show this and like get it.
Yep.
Like, why is that card talking to me? What is happening? And also, I think personally, I was not in a great place to see it. But yes, I think Balatro is so good it makes me mad, because it seems like it's something that I should have made or should have been able to make. It is just a really cool way to take something that generally people know, like poker, and then just spin it and just keep spinning it. I haven't played a lot of it recently. Oh, this is another one. Totally playable for the kids. Plays great on deck. Both my sons were very into it in different ways. My older son, just like, we would talk strategy, and he would talk about like how you do this, and you got to try these things. And then my youngest was like,
I was just going to jump in, Tom. Sorry about that. Importantly, it's not gambling. It's not even really poker. It just uses the concept of what a poker hand value is as the simple thing that you can understand.
There's no betting at all.
No, there's no more betting than in a normal roguelite, where you're trying to figure out whether to push it or whether to do different things in certain ways. But there's no money involved. It's not even poker hands, really. It's just that they use those things as something that people are likely to recognize.
Yep. But yes. And my youngest, like, I think only ever played a flush deck because that one's pretty straightforward. So he's very excited when he unlocked the one that's like just 2 suits in the deck instead of 4. Yeah, it's honestly great. I had a really amazing run that I think might have been infinite if I had not been so tired. But I don't think I will ever be that successful again. You can get to the point where it's actually doing scientific notation. It's crazy. In both, like, you have to get this many points, like 1E to like 1E8 or something, like, that's fine. I just had this thing that basically kept producing ridiculous multipliers, and they kept getting better. So I will never have that again. I guess if I had any complaint, and this is probably the same as this is what you'd expect, is there's a certain level of randomness, I'd say, above a normal roguelike that you just have to accept. Sometimes you don't get the hand. Sometimes you don't get the cards. Sometimes you don't get the things that you need to make the build work. That's kind of something that gets leveraged against roguelikes in general. And, there's different ways to negate that. But in here, I think it feels much more like, I don't know what I was supposed to make with that. And you don't have a lot of, similar to other roguelikes, you don't have a lot of foreshadowing for like what you're going to get. So it's very easy to make a decision early that's wrong. Like, okay, I started leveling up this hand, and then this hand ends up being my primary. It's maybe not killing your run, but it can be frustrating. But I did have a funny thing that I wanted to bring up here. But if we're done talking about this, because I was playing Balatro this morning to kind of put it in my head, and I ran into a situation that I've run into a couple different times now that I think about it, and I'm curious what is intuitive to people. It's a probability question.
Oh boy. Are we doing math here on the show? Because this is never a good look for me.
You guys don't have to do the math. You can just respond. I want to do a poll, though. So the situation was I had 9 cards, and I wanted to get a full house. There were 3 pairs and 3 unmatched cards. Which is better? Should I give up one of the pairs in order to draw 5 cards, or should I just draw 3 cards hoping to match one of the 3 pairs? And this is a closer gap than you might expect.
So
you can just capture them as draw 3 versus draw 5, or 3 pairs versus 2 pairs. I did the maths because I was interested. I was like, I don't know if I'm playing this right. And now we're going to do dead air.
I have to type, man. It takes me a second to type.
Or draw 5, lose a pair. All right, cool. I have to type. I guess I could have told you that I was going to do this, but I wanted it to be kind of a surprise.
It's totally fine. We'll ask the people. We'll see if the people know.
Maybe they do. Answer. So the poll appears to be covering like the actual poll. Like I can't see it, so you just tell me when it's a good time to announce it.
I will. We're at about 10 votes. The people are undecided right now.
Yeah, is it split?
It's 50-50.
I want to see.
Votes. You can't see this in the chat?
It's got the voting box over it for me.
I don't know what to tell you, dog.
I don't want to vote. Okay, I'll put in. Maybe it won't say what I vote on. Oh man, it is. Like I said, it's a close one, and it's definitely like I've run a few different full house decks and constantly would be like hit that situation, be like, what is better here? Right,
we'll see if the people have the information that you need. But this is the kind of stuff that you get into in Balatro all the time. And it's what makes the game great is that it is that snappiness that Tom's looking for. Every hand is very fast. Every round is very fast. And you can get stuck. Yeah, you can lose. But I don't know about you, Tom. I never feel really bad about it. It's like, oh, I wish I had known that I was going to hit so many 3 of a kinds instead of 2 pairs or whatever. But you're just playing the best that you can, and you come up with different strategies. Like there's 16 different ways to go through this thing. You can focus on the magic cards. You can focus on upgrading cards with stamps. You can do various things through this game. And I think it's funny from you and your perspective as a game developer looking at it and saying, essentially, yeah, I wish I'd thought of that, because I think that's how everybody kind of feels that plays games, that looks at Balatro and says, yeah, that seems like the natural outgrowth of some of the things we've seen.
That's simple. Why? What?
Yeah, but
it's not, of course.
But it's still useful. That breakthrough is still important as part of growing any of these genres or game types. And I think Balatro really is that. And we don't see that a ton. We see that often enough because there's so many people making games, but we don't see it every day. And I think Balatro really is that game for right now. And Tom, it looks like your poll is going to be about 55-45. It looks to favor draw 3 right now. We'll leave that open.
That's why this is exactly what I was hoping for. First, that it be close, and then that it be wrong. No, statistically, the better thing to do is to drop one of the pairs. And I ran the numbers. It basically, so assuming you have 3 draws, because if you played Balatro, you have a certain number of draws, either by discarding or playing cards. So I just did 3 draws. But from the first draw, like doing it once, you have a 34.9% chance of getting the card you want if you do 3 pairs, and you have a 36.6% chance of doing it if you give up one of your pairs. And generally that gap widens a bit the more times you do it. So it is better to do 5 cards with 2 pair than 3 cards with 3 pair.
But I have to give up a pair, and it feels bad, man.
I know. And maybe it's that. Maybe it's throwing away the pair that your brain's just like, I can't do that. Or
feels bad.
Intuitively, you're like, oh, but I need to match only one of 3 cards here instead of one of 2. But I was, for whatever reason, I was playing Balatro this morning, and I was doing a full house deck, and I was like, I've hit this situation 100 times. I do not know statistically what is the right thing to do. And the giving up the pair has a slight advantage.
Well, I'll believe you, Tom. I'm certainly not running this math on the fly. And folks, if you do play Balatro and you give up your pair and you don't get that full house, you can send all your nasty DMs to Tom because he led you astray.
They're percentages, people.
But
they're not sure things.
This is one of the reasons why Balatro is so fun. And it's one of the reasons why it was, as a small indie effort, nominated for Game of the Year at bigger shows than ours. But it is one of my favorites of the year. And it is one of Tom's favorites of the year as well. We told you Tom's is number 6. You can see our numbers here in the middle are just slightly different, but we have a lot of the same kind of entries. And again, we didn't consult on this. We didn't talk about what we were going to put on this list. So you can accuse me, I guess, because I saw Tom's list, but I had already made mine when I saw it. But there's a lot of good games this year. And there's a lot of games that are going to be shared between us, like the return of Astro Bot and Astro Doggy here. As we've already talked about, Astro Bot's a great game. Tom has it as his number 7. Tom, is there anything you want to add before we move on to our number 6s?
I think we basically talked about everything we talk about Astro Bot. Like I said, I think it's fun. It's fun in a tin. It's got an incredibly just sort of happy tone. Everything is celebratory. It's just sort of fun. Even the bad guys you're fighting are kind of like, we're all friends. We're just playing a game. And obviously it's very, very family appropriate.
It is. Also won Family Game of the Year.
And I think, I don't think it quite gets to the level of somehow Nintendo comes up with interesting mechanics for Mario all the time and then manages to spin them and make them more advanced and combine them in weird ways. I don't think it quite gets there.
Yeah, I think it's a level below.
Yeah, it does have very interesting mechanics that are fun to use and can lead to interesting secrets that you find and things like that.
Yeah, it's a great game. You will not be regretting it if you purchase it for your PlayStation 5. The stuff I've talked about, selling PlayStation as a brand and a small amount of repetitiveness just based on the size of the game are really the only concerns I have about it. And they're nitpicks. They're not big, huge problems with the game. So yeah, check it out. You will not regret it. And that's Tom up through number 7. And I wanted to catch this super chat before we moved on to our number 6s from Tao Zuchi here. Thank you so much for the generous super chat, Tao. Always great to see Rick and Tom stream. If only we could get Dad's list as well. Take care. I can tell you that Dad, despite bringing us into video gaming, is not playing as much as he used to. And some of the games that we'll have on our lists are twitchy enough that we would not recommend them to our father. But I do recommend games to him from time to time. Balatro would probably be one that would work for him.
Yeah,
I think UFO 50 is probably the one that I would most recommend from the stuff that we've talked about so far. Skull and Bones is maybe a little bit too actiony, but I really do think he would like the sailing aspect. And maybe we can get a Dad's list for you next year. Thank you, Tao. I really appreciate it and really appreciate the support for the channel.
There will definitely not be 10 entries on that list.
On Dad's?
I do not think Dad has played
the problem is it's just 6 games. He's like, these are just the ones I played, guys.
Yep. 3 of them came out 10 years ago, but here's what I got.
All right. Now I do have, I think, some good news for us moving forward in these lists. This is where we really start to separate pretty good. We've had a lot of copies, a lot of things that are just slightly off by 1 slot or more. This is where things are going to get real. And some of these games are going to be ones that you haven't heard of. It's going to be a good time. And I wanted to bring that up as we go into my number 6 game, which is this. Tom, do you have any idea what this game is?
I know it's not Lorelei and the Laser Eyes because you brought that up. Didn't you bring that up last year?
No. It's been a long year, Tom.
When did we talk about this?
I have no idea.
All right. Well, shoot. I don't know what to tell you.
I put the Laser Eyes right in the screenshot.
I said it can't be that because we already talked about it.
Mm-hmm. Well, you were wrong.
I guess that was an offline conversation. We have those sometimes.
We do. We do talk in real life from time to time. So, yes, I do not have a banner for Tom's ranking of Lorelei and the Laser Eyes. So this is a Rick unique on the list. Tom, can I assume you haven't played this game?
I have not, but man, it's got good reviews.
Number 6 on my list. This is my favorite puzzle game of the year, I think. Folks that know my list, folks that know my conversation starters and other things that I talk about outside of Skull and Bones, know that one of the themes that I love the most in games is kind of this question of creativity, creation, what it affects, what it doesn't, the artist and the art, if you will, things that pop up in Alan Wake.
I was going to Alan Wakey.
Things that pop up in Immortality, things that are otherwise very highly ranked as themes that I'm interested in exploring. Lorelei and the Laser Eyes is an old school kind of adventure puzzle game where you're picking up books and figuring out how to unlock safes and move paintings around and do various other things that are all within this kind of maybe real, maybe not real hotel out in the wilderness. And one of the very first things that you find in Lorelei and the Laser Eyes is an instruction book in world for the game Lorelei and the Laser Eyes from the developer. It's a whole meta thing that is very difficult to explain in this context. But the game itself is thematically about art and artistry, what it means to create, and how that is affected by commercial interests and all these other things while you're solving safe puzzles and working through some really interesting kind of environmental ideas. And it is one of my very favorite games of the year. Number 6 here, as you can see on the list. I highly recommend it to everybody. And I really don't want to talk at all anymore about the themes or the story because that's really part of the fun.
Rick,
Tom, does that sound good to you? Does that sound like...
Loves that meta commentary.
I do. I do tend to like it if it's well done. And this is one of the very best at it. So if that sounds at all interesting to you, check it out. Tom, is this one you're going to try?
Quite possibly. Like I said, I think what happened is you brought it up on a Bitcast and somehow that got logged in my brain. As that was a weird thing Rick said.
Well, it is very high on my list. I really enjoyed it. And unlike some kind of indie puzzle games that can get too far gone in the puzzles and you feel like you couldn't possibly solve them without a guide, I think this game really does straddle the line really well in feeling difficult, feeling impossible, feeling like you don't have enough information to solve something, and then realizing that you have everything in front of you and can use the environment and various other things around you to solve the puzzles in a way that feels satisfying, that unfortunately is not what I consider to be the norm in these types of games. So
what platform would you recommend?
I played on the Switch. So it can really run on anything that you might consider kind of modern.
Steam Deck it is.
Steam Deck, yes. It should be Steam Deck worthy. I don't know because that's a different operating system, whether or not it has any issues there.
Nothing that runs on the Switch cannot run better on the Steam Deck. I state this now.
I understand on the power side of things, but you can still develop a game that doesn't interact with the Steam Deck operating system properly.
And you'd have to try hard.
Okay. Well, I don't have that experience personally, but Lorelei and the Laser Eyes is good on the Switch. It's also available on the other consoles, I believe. And I highly recommend it if you're interested.
It is also on sale on Steam right now.
Oh, yeah? Well, then there you go. I should start putting affiliate links or something in this video so that you all can get these games and get them on sale. And you can let the people know that we told you about them. But I recommend it entirely. Check it out. Weirdest name, I think, of any of the games on my list, but Lorelei and the Laser Eyes is not one that you'll forget.
Yes, also that is Lorelei, which apparently I can't spell.
I don't think you spelled it right just then.
No, I did. Didn't I? Lorelei. Not Lai, which is what I would have thought.
Okay. I think generally speaking, if you search for Laser Eyes, you're going to find the game.
Well, I was searching for Lorelei, and if once you get it a little bit wrong, Steve's like, we got nothing. It is verified Steam Deck, so that means it runs well. Probably.
All right.
It doesn't look like it's particularly graphically challenging.
Oh, no, you shouldn't be challenged by it. It has a really cool aesthetic. It's black and white with red kind of beats, which I've always liked. I liked it in the Saboteur. I like it in a game I'm currently playing, which is not on this list, called Mind Cop. I like it in Lorelei and the Laser Eyes. You go the full Hoeg Notes level of discourse here.
No other side?
Oh, yes, other side as well. I also have other side on my menu screen. So, yes, that black and white with the red blips. It's good stuff.
Yeah, it's well, it's on sale, so it's definitely something that potentially I could see.
Tom, do you remember what your number 6 is?
Yeah, it was Balatro. I think
It
you
is-
actually revealed. I think you revealed that.
I did. I just didn't know if you remembered it from just back then.
But I didn't remember it from the last like 15 minutes.
Hey, I don't know. I don't know where your head's at.
That's
but
fair.
yes, your number 6 is Balatro. It's still an excellent game. I don't know that we need to cover it more, but I feel guilty about the fact that you keep coming up just slightly after our main discussion, and then I have to take over the talk on my rankings.
I think it's okay. I don't know if we've done it this way before, but I kind of like that we just like have the discussion, kind of talk about, yes, this is on Tom's list. Yes, it's higher. Tom, you can say a reason why it's higher, and then we'll move on.
It seems to be working.
I'm a big fan of roguelikes. I just am. I play a lot of them. Balatro is deceptively complicated, which is why I think it's interesting. Like you come in and you're like, I know how poker works. And you're like, yeah, but do you know the odds if you've duplicated 3 cards in your deck, deleted 5, changed 2 of them to just be rocks? Can you figure out what the chances are of drawing a full house, son? Huh?
Well, I think the beauty of Balatro is exactly that, right? You lose touch on what you can calculate in your head, and then you start playing by vibes, and you get those vibe strategies, and your vibe compass works better after you've played it 20 times. And that's what really makes the game fun.
Yeah, and the jokers have a lot of good synergies that you can find.
Yeah, and you're like, I don't know how I'm going to get to 30,000 points with this, and then you're like, well, actually, if these all work together, it just goes straight to 600,000. And you're like, okay, great. I guess I did that right. I don't really have a feel for what this is worth as I turn it in. So do the math and tell me.
Yeah, it just tells you it's like 70 times 80. And then there's like 800 multipliers come in and add to it. And you're like, oh, cool. I thought it would work that way, but I wasn't positive.
All right. Well, before we hit the top 5 for each of us, I was going to start the poll that asked who has the better list. So that's half of our list. I do recommend that you wait to see the whole list, guys. But I did want to have this up in case you already felt like things were sorted by rank 4 or 3 or 2.
Can you sort of flip between them? Like, aren't they relatively close?
I can flip between them, yes.
Oh, yeah, but you had Skull and Bones on there like a crazy person.
That's right. You have to take into account my inclusion of Skull and Bones in your ranking. So.
Yep. It's gonna be hard, everybody.
Just give me a second here to type this up.
Can we have an option for a tie?
Tom, entertain the people.
Entertain. What do you want me to do? A dance? I can't juggle. Well, crap. Sorry, everybody. I failed at this. Admittedly, he didn't tell me that this was going to be a thing. Apparently, polls are very complicated to assemble. It is actually surprising that they don't let you sort of pre-generate them.
You
so
can, but then I couldn't
click.
enter the. I could pre-generate it, but then I couldn't enter the chat easily. There's a whole bunch of stuff that I'm doing on the back end. Don't worry about it, Tom. You're doing great entertaining.
I never do.
Tell folks about your sweater.
I send Rick a list, and we have this conversation. Boom. What am I telling them?
Tell them about your sweater.
My sweater.
Yeah. What does it represent? Why do you like it?
I try to go for a silly, tacky, ugly sweater. I actually tried to see if I could find a nerdy one. I admittedly ordered this one a little late, so the options were limited. I'm happy with this, as it were, but I couldn't get like a really nerdy one. There was a Back to the Future one I really liked. There was a Star Wars one that I really liked, but they were all going to come after this broadcast. So we got Light Up Rudolph.
Light Up Rudolph. All right. Well, let's continue with our list, folks. The options are up. The current votes are 0 for me. Tom's got a vote, and no winner's got a couple votes.
Hey, this is what you get for Skull and Bones.
It's okay.
You gave a slot.
I can only do this show. I can only present my ideas out on the internet or elsewhere if they are mine and if I believe in them. So I will fully stand behind Skull and Bones, and if that costs me the win, or if other people have a problem with its inclusion, that's okay by me. Now, my number 5 is also a game that doesn't appear on Tom's list. We'll just give that away right now. Tom, do you have any guesses for what my number 5 might be?
Number 5
is not on your list.
Isn't on my list. Space Marine 2.
It is not Space Marine 2.
It's I won't remember the name. Hold on. It was one of my honorable mentions that didn't make it. Kunitsugami.
Kitsugami, Path of the Goddess. It's my number 5 game of the year. Even more than maybe Skull and Bones. This is a game that doesn't get enough credit for what it is. This is essentially the reinvention of ActRaiser, for an old school reference, by Capcom. It's an action strategy game in which you build up your town and your villagers and have to deploy them around to essentially perform tower defense functions for this goddess as she walks, dances very slowly across a battlefield and gets attacked by monsters. But it's an excellent combination of art, action, and strategy, and is one of my top games of the year. I really don't know why it didn't connect with more people, other than the fact that I think it's a rough name for a Western audience. And I do know that most of the people that even like this game that talk to me about it tend to call it Path of the Goddess rather than Kitsugami. So, Tom, it's not on your list, but did you even play this game?
I did. I actually played it pretty significantly. It was definitely on Game Pass. I don't know if it still is. I liked it. I think it has a lot of good stuff going for it. As far as I can tell, it does some interesting things with the mechanics as you go into the levels, or I guess not with the mechanics as much as sort of developing interesting mechanics for the level. Like, oh, this level's all in the dark, so you're gonna have to figure out some way to manage that. Or you've got to cross these bridges and there's some way you have to handle that. I think you said it in the title, but I think overall it generally has I think it's very Eastern and has a problem trying to hit a Western audience. Like, you've got that they're doing traditional like Japanese dances. You're dealing with like Oni and like Japanese demon stuff. I think it's just that can be off-putting. I do like you walk up to like, I think the doors are like mouths or something, and then she dances and then the mouths go away.
The Torii gates, yeah.
I think the game itself is pretty cool. I think that the village building stuff is okay. It's really just like assign these guys and then go play a level and come back and they're done. But that is how you kind of level up and get stuff. Oh, snap. Something went wrong with my YouTube chat.
You're okay.
No, okay. It's literally, that's what it said. That's what
That's Google. They're trying to be personable.
They are. They're trying to be cool. Kids say, oh, snap, right?
They sure do. That's the bomb, Google.
So I liked it. I did. I probably will go back to it because it doesn't feel like a huge game. Like, you could probably finish it in a relatively normal amount of time. And when I say that, I mean like 20 hours.
It's pretty big.
Oh, shoot. All right. Well,
do more than that.
But I did enjoy it. I do like its differentness. Like, you'll keep hearing me say this. It feels like another sort of PlayStation 2 game that's like came from a very strong Eastern studio and was like, has very strong Asian influences and things like that. And are not shy about that. Speaking
of which, did you see the Okami sequel announcement?
No, I've admittedly not finished or gotten anywhere in Okami.
Well,
but I do own like several copies of it.
Now is your chance. But yes, I think there's a similar kind of through line between Okami and Kitsugami, and not just the E at the end. But I think this game is fantastic. I think one of the reasons it is fantastic is exactly as you mentioned. I think it's constantly bringing in new ideas and new ways to play, like the darkness, like the crossing of rafts and the attacks by water monsters and things like that. I will also say thematically, this is one of my favorite themes. It's not that meta discussion of artistry, but it is kind of purification and dealing with toxicity and a more literal level of natural environments. And this very much goes with like Princess Mononoke or some other games that you might have seen me reference, like Terra Nil, which is like cleaning up things that are messed up in the environment. And it's a common theme for the Japanese companies and Japanese anime and storytelling. But I think it's really handled well here. This is a mountain that is sacred, that has been corrupted for some reason that you have notions of is attached to the way that the human beings have lived on it. And you and the goddess are going to go and help purify these kind of monsters and corruption and sin on this mountain, and the coloration before you purify it is going to be very toxic. It's very pinks and neon greens and things like that. And as you purify it, the monsters are going to come down from the Torii gates, but also things are going to look a lot more naturalized as you go through. And then after you finish the level, you go back and you have to fix up the village to get the various things for the goddess and various currencies that you can get to upgrade your character and the villagers. And it all works together in a kind of harmonious loop in a way that I think really works well as a game. It's much bigger and more robust a strategy game than it first appears. And unlike some games that hold itself back so that they can introduce those things as you go, and then you say, well, the real game starts at level 10, and it's not really fully functional until you get there. I feel like Kitsugami is fully functional from the start, but then they introduce concept after concept after concept, and you're like, wow, it's just even better as you get halfway down the mountain until the end of the game. And so this is one of my favorites. Just like Lost Crown, I think this was a game that was not terribly well received when it was sold, and so I don't think we'll see a lot of successors to this, but I'm very glad that Capcom spent the time and money to let a developer in-house go after something like this, because I think we need more variety in gaming. I know that they make their money on Monster Hunter, they make their money on Resident Evil. I'm glad those games exist, but I'm even more glad that games like Kitsugami exist, and I would love to see more of them from these big houses. Anything to add to that, Tom?
No, I like I said, I played it. I'll probably play more of it. I enjoy it. I think it'll ultimately end up being forgettable for me. I think it was a cool thing. I don't think I'll refer back to it for a while. So that's basically why it's not on my list.
It is not on your list, but it should be, and we can all recognize that Tom is wrong to not include it on his list, and we can do that by recognizing it in the poll vote available to you right now.
Oh yeah, Mr. Zero votes.
Hey, I believe I have 1 or 2 votes now.
Oh, I don't know. I closed it.
Yeah, you took the win. Yeah, we locked it down after 3 votes. It's all good. You're still leading, but we'll see how it goes. People voting already. I don't understand the psyche that votes for tie no winner before the lists are done. It feels like a vote you could wait on, but I appreciate your votes nonetheless. So here's Tom's number 5. Let's see what it is. It is this guy who seems to be in, I don't know, Ukraine?
I like you should, if you just leave this, do people know what it is? Like it's sort of generic enough. It's like, what is it?
Tom knows what he put. What game is this, folks?
This is, oh, you want to see if the audience knows?
I'm sure the audience could figure it out. But Tom, your number 5 is a game called Stalker 2.
That's correct. So for a little bit of preamble, Stalker is one of those, like the original Stalker is a game that hit me at like just a very formative time for me. Did something very interesting and unique with all the simulation of like injuries and the very sandboxy nature of it. And despite the fact that I don't think I got very far because I was quite bad at it, it has a very kind of special place in my heart, kind of. It's like, it's not something I talk about all the time, but it is like when I saw this, I was like, oh, I like Stalker. So I was very excited to see this come out. Doubly excited when I saw it was on Game Pass because I was turning on my Xbox to buy it. That's like finding $70 in your pocket. Highly recommended if you can do it. Stalker 2 is just a really cool sandbox. It's got a decent amount of jank, to be frank. One of the reviews I read, or one of the discussions I read, basically said that's part of its charm. I don't entirely agree. But you know, it's like, if it was super polished, would it feel like Stalker? I don't know. It is a really cool sandbox. It's handcrafted. There's no randomly generated anything. So there's nooks and crannies for you to get into. There's different things to walk into. There's emergent events that will happen. You'll walk across a group of bandits and have to deal with them somehow, or a group of dogs, or, a fight that you can get involved in and save one side or the other. It feels to me like sort of like a Fallout, but with better shooty bits. The shooting feels solid. You're generally not like, you're not a superhero. You're not great at it. You're pretty good. You can line up some shots. And you're constantly having to deal with the fact that you are a fragile human. So when you take a bullet or two, you got to go hide and bandage yourself up and heal. And I mean, even that's not as fragile as we are. But there's a lot of guns to collect. So far, the economy feels very solid. Like I never have enough to do what I want. It's got kind of I don't want to say extraction shooter vibe, but in terms of like you're collecting a bunch of stuff that you can sell and then walking it back to the town. I've been really enjoying it. The story, I don't know where it's going, but it does seem that you can affect it. I don't know how many endings it has, but I think it has multiple. Also, in sort of a kind of European RPG style, there are options that you don't entirely realize are options because, for example, you can shoot anyone in the head if you so desire. And so that is a way of resolving things. And generally they have accounted for it. Like, oh, okay, this is what you did. So we're going to, make the quest go this way. There was a section that I did not love, and mostly because the mechanics were really unclear to me. You're basically walking through a field. You're walking through the poppy field from Wizard of Oz, and you have to like not fall asleep. But how you do that is completely unclear. Like they say, oh, you bring energy drinks. And so I was just like chugging the monster and it didn't appear to do anything. So that I didn't love. But I found a unique item in there. It's one of these like legendary anomaly artifacts or whatever they call them. And that was pretty cool to just sort of, and it wasn't, and this is what I mean by it's kind of like handcrafted and it's just a sandbox that you adventure in. That wasn't part of a quest. That wasn't marked with a marker or put anywhere even particularly obvious. I was walking to do something and I saw a blue thing in this pink field. I was like, what the hell is that? And it was a cool little power. So that was pretty neat. And I really enjoy sort of the economy of it, managing your bullets, managing your weight, trying to really, like, it's got a lot of simmy elements to it that I think are very fun.
Yeah, I always think of the Stalker franchise as kind of an Arma offshoot. It has that kind of realistic, if you're going to get hit by a bullet, it's going to be bad for you kind of feel to it. I have not played it enough for it to be on my list. I bounced off it a little bit insofar as it is pretty unforgiving right from the start. And it likes to
Stalker, baby.
It likes to taunt you with how many times you've died on your death screen. And I did hit double digits before the title card drop, which is not very long into the game. And I was like, well, I'm enjoying this, but I'm probably not enjoying it enough for this level of pushback. So you've definitely played it more than me. But when you compared it to Fallout, the one thing I would say is it doesn't have that kind of plot drive that a Bethesda game does. It really isn't looking to. I don't think that's its goal. And so if you are looking for a more kind of directed story experience, it really is, here's a really wacky place that's been irradiated. And we're going to have characters, we're going to have side quests, we're going to have things to tell you about what's happening here, but it's not going to be this kind of blockbuster movie experience. It's something different to that.
I think that it's not a blockbuster movie experience, but I do think it is potentially telling an interesting story. And some of that is you kind of have to opt into, you have to read the PDAs and stuff and be like, oh, I see what's happening here. And, the jank gets in the way a bit in terms of like, oh, I didn't find that thing. So now I didn't know how these things connected. But yeah, it is punishing when you have like a gun with 10 bullets and you're like, how am I supposed to deal with these three guys?
Yep.
It's one of those that, kind of like an XCOM, and I just bring that up because of a progression thing, is starts you very weak. And then you actually end up sort of progressing over that so that you are, the challenge goes down almost because you're gaining all this strength and you can feel good about, yeah, bandits used to kill me if there was like 2 of them. And now I can just take down like a squad because I built this giant AR that cost me like 40,000 coupons or whatever that took me forever to get, but it's got like a sweet ass scope and I'm using the special bullets in it that do more damage. And like, it's just, if that's the kind of thing that you like, you will love it. If you prefer your games a little bit less simmy, I wouldn't recommend it.
I think it's going to be one of the strongest games of the year for me, ultimately. But it's not really my type of game to kind of fet.
I have to be honest. I'm surprised you played it.
Oh no,
you've played it. I mean, I know it was on Game Pass, so it's kind of like very low barrier to entry.
No, I've played it a bunch. I was actually surprised at how graphically impressive it is, because in my head it is still kind of a dumpy-ish kind of looking Arma game. I know the ideas and way it was structured made it very popular, and Stalker had its own fan base, but I never thought of it as a showpiece. And I think this game actually looks significantly better than I thought it would. But I did get hit by a couple of bugs at the front end, and I didn't love the progression I was having, and there were just other things for me to play. But I'll get back to it. I did like it, and if there is more, it's huge. I mean, it's absolutely enormous. Even the things Tom has referenced so far, I think are in the first section for the most part. So if you want to play this game, you can play it for your entire life. It's like just ridiculous big. But I'm glad it's on your list, because it is one that I think deserves to be on one of our lists. And it's a good entry. I prefer Kitsugami, but I think it's good.
The other thing I want to say with the plotting and your involvement in it is, I don't know what it's doing. I don't know, like, it so far, usually, you know, especially in like AAA or blockbusters, you'd be like, okay, I see the sides that I'm potentially taking here. This is for humanity's freedom. This is for the. I have no idea. I am just kind of winging it. Be like, I'm just a guy who showed up. You guys seem bad. You guys also seem bad. You seem kind of less bad, but I'm going to generally play it very close to the vest until I know more about you.
Now, can I ask you an important question about your experience? Are you playing it in English or Ukrainian?
Oh, English.
I bounced between it for like 17 times while playing the first few hours, because I do like kind of the authenticity, but they have so much kind of ambient dialogue that I hate that in subtitles. So
yeah, I've tried that. I tried that with like Ghost of Tsushima and stuff to kind of like get into it. Ultimately, I guess there's too much going on in a game for me to read subtitles. Unlike I have subtitles on like every show I watch, partially because voice mixing is a mixed bag.
I hear what you did there.
So yeah, I play these with English. There's just too much to mentally manage to be reading.
I was just curious, because I didn't think the English acting was terribly strong. It was one of the reasons that I was bouncing between them.
Yeah, people say things like that, like they prefer to watch anime in the like Japanese because the acting's better. I don't understand how you have a strong appreciation for acting in a language you don't speak. Like, you can kind of get some of the emotion, but
I don't have any notion of what the Ukrainian actor is doing. What I do have a notion of is that I don't like what the English actor is doing.
So you're like, this is better because it's neutral. I don't know if they're doing a good job or not.
Right. I can't tell what they should be emphasizing or not.
I can just look at the subtitles and make it sound like I want it to sound.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I think we've already talked about my number 4, but we should mention it again here. Here is Will, or whatever you named your character as.
I also named him Will.
I mean, Will's the default.
Why don't they fill that in for you? I looked it up, and they're like, the canon name of the protagonist is Will. And like, that's what I do in games where I'm playing somebody else. I'm not building my character. I don't understand why it's not filled in for you.
In these games, you just put it blank and it'll put the character in.
Oh, is that right? If I just press go?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I thought it would, it would have it somehow indicated. Okay, yeah. Yes, my guy's also named Will.
Yeah.
It feels weird to me, honestly, to have naming characters in this kind of game. And I know this has literally nothing to do with what you want to talk about, but it feels bizarre to me.
Well, what I think is bizarre about it is that you have the voiced lines. It's a fully voiced game. And then what you'll have is them drop off the name. Like the dialogue will be text. It'll say your name, but since they don't know what your name is, they'll read it as if it never existed. And one of the things I think that like Dragon Age does much better is they'll have a nickname for you. They'll have a title for you, the Inquisitor, Rook, whatever it might be. And then they can actually speak that dialogue because you have this nickname. Now, sometimes it's silly. Like, it doesn't make a ton of sense for Rook to be calling himself Rook the whole game based on where he got that nickname, etc. but it still works for the purpose of not having those line drop-offs.
Is that rookie? Is that short for rookie?
It is not, actually. It's really a chess reference in that
Okay.
in that context. But yes, it comes across as being rookie because that is how we use it in the real world more often. So he calls himself Rook throughout the game. I think that works better than this particular system, but I agree with you. I'm not sure there's a reason to name the protagonist. It's designed to give you a better kind of touch point for you role-playing them, right? But it's still a JRPG, so you aren't actually role-playing them as much as something like a CRPG. That all notwithstanding, Metaphor, still awesome. And one of the things I wanted to talk about in this slot about Metaphor is the notion of politics, because Dragon Age Veilguard gets a lot of crap for including modern politics in it. Metaphor does not. And people ask the question of why is one treated differently than the other? And I want to say that there is a difference between kind of putting modern politics, however it lines up in the United States or elsewhere, and directing it into a fantasy setting like Dragon Age does, somewhat inelegantly, and having an entire game based around kind of societal organization and political structures like Metaphor does. Like Metaphor is about how people organize. Yes, it's about racism. Yes, it's about various aspects of how people might organize with those areas, but it does not directly correlate one-to-one to what Democrats say about this aspect or what Republicans say about this aspect. It is a story that's entirely designed to be metaphorical with things that you can pull out of it, but not discussing this particular California law that's on the ballot while these people wrote this thing, like Dragon Age feels while you're reading it or playing it. And I do think there's a difference there. And I think that's one of the things that people react to and maybe don't articulate as well as they could. And certainly there's folks on YouTube and the internet that are grifters that are out there to make money and get your clicks by selling you outrage on things like Dragon Age. But while Dragon Age is inelegant, it is blunt in a lot of respects. And I don't think that helps it in telling you the story that it wants to tell you. I don't think that people that prefer Metaphor over it are just saying they like it, Metaphor's politics better, or not paying attention to it. It's entirely different to what Dragon Age is doing. And I think that is the kind of thing that we could be better able to articulate and understand amongst ourselves. Reasonable minds can differ and all that when we talk about games and stories in general. So I wanted to bring that up because it's something I see a lot in my timeline, in my DMs and things like that, because I do say I like Metaphor. And I do say I have certain issues with the bluntness and the way that Dragon Age is written. And I do think there's a distinction, and I think it's an important one. Tom, I know you didn't...
I really missed that controversy. I'm not particularly political to begin with, so I think some of that's, what you bring in. I mean, I don't know how heavy-handed Dragon Age is. I literally haven't played it. I do have a question.
Yeah.
You've played a lot more of this than me.
Yeah.
So one of the critiques that I saw was that the tribes, outside of hating each other, don't really express like why that is or, what led to that position. Do they hit that, or is it just, hey, we're different tribes, so we're naturally prejudiced against each other?
Well, I mean, I think conceptually Metaphor has some thoughts about where discrimination comes from, but it's a lot of it is superficial in that way, and I don't think that's a negative to what they're trying to do with their story.
Okay.
I'll say that. I think that's all I want to say about Metaphor at this point in time, because I really do think people should experience it for themselves. It is about politics. It is about societal organizations. It is about democracy. It is about a whole bunch of things that are metaphorical that don't neatly tie into the U.S. election of 2024 or anything else. And I think it's well worth playing for anybody that's interested in playing it. I do think it might have some people bounce off it from the high levels of anime included in it. And you haven't gotten to those levels even in their entirety yet, Tom. But
yeah, I mean, I don't think that's going to be me. I
don't think you'd bounce off
Neon
it.
Genesis and a bunch of other anime that makes no damn sense.
It's just there is a barrier to entry there for a certain type of storytelling and even a certain type of animation or artistry in Metaphor. It's a very kind of dark fantasy. I have told people that it reminds me in terms of art style to something like Elemental Gearbolt or some of the older kind of fantasy Empire Kingdom type games.
Certainly when they kick it over into the like 2D animation bits,
the cartoons,
which is like kind of soft anime.
Yeah. So I highly recommend it to anybody that's interested. I think it was GameSpot's Game of the Year this year. It was nominated for Game of the Year at the Keeley Awards. And well, I mean, that's what it is. All right.
I know, it's just funny. You're like, well, I'm not calling it the Game Awards. First of all, that's like, that's reductive. They're all Game Awards.
Look, I am perfectly glad for anybody who enjoys that show. I thought the show actually was the best it's been in a long time. So I want to give Keeley, kudos for that this year. He doesn't need them from me, certainly. But we don't have any Muppets commenting on this video. We can just move directly on to Tom's number 4, which is this thing. What is this game, Tom?
God, I kind of want to keep letting the audience figure it out. Actually, what I want to, I will talk a little bit about the Game Awards for a second. It was weirdly constructed, in my opinion. Like, I kind of get it. It also that it's sort of filling in kind of a E3 spot, in that they're just like a billion D trailers and reveals and stuff. But it's like they would do some trailers, and then like someone like Jeff would just read like 6 categories and just be like, "It's that guy. It's that guy." That was weird to me.
They've always done that.
If you're gonna do that, I guess I feel like you just pull that all into the pre-show, and you just make the show the ones that you're actually gonna have people come up and talk, and you're gonna show the clips from the game. I thought that was bizarre. I don't really watch it.
No, I think that is a totally fair criticism. What I would say is they improved that this year. They did less of it, and they had fewer kind of commercial breaks juxtaposed directly with the trailers, so that you just left for like long periods of time. And so they had a lot of ways to go. Saying it's the best Game Awards is a little bit of almost a side compliment from me, because I thought it was awful last year, and I thought it was pretty bad the year before.
This is the best kick in the nuts.
But they had a lot of room for improvement, and I think they did that. And I do want to give credit for that, because I think it's important to give credit to people when they improve, even if the output is not as good as you would hope. And I think that's one of those areas where I think they really should stop either having so many awards if they can't get to them, or if they're okay with that, having those awards announced in the way that they were. So like things like Best Fighting Game won the award before the show started. Like that was literally in the pre-show.
Yeah, the pre-show gave a ton of awards, showed a ton of reveals, and I thought that's why. And I assume that's just like, I don't know, we want that content, so we're just going to call it a pre-show, but it was effectively just the beginning of the show.
Yeah, that's how they've done it for a number of years now, but that's a fair criticism. Now, does anybody have any idea what this game is that Tom has named number 4?
Yes, already picked it out. So this is V Rising.
All right.
This game is phenomenal. Would have been in my list when it was in early access. It was there for a while, but fantastic. It is a survival crafter combined with like an action RPG. You are a vampire who has come back after basically all the vampires have been wiped out, and you are rebuilding your center of power. One of the interesting things is the way that you earn schematics, the way that you earn blueprints, is by defeating bosses. So that has I think that's kind of how Valheim works. I haven't made it far enough into Valheim. But so you kind of are, and also you know what they are. You have the ability to kind of like sense them and then like go to fight them. And you know what they're going to give you, so you can kind of target, okay, I want that blueprint, so I got to go fight the cleric or whatever. And some of them have very clear, like, maybe you can win this without building this thing, but it's going to be real hard. So you kind of have to also go through the survival craft progression to prepare for these fights. And I love it. It's fantastic. Also, I'm not a person who gets super into the, like, house building, but darned if my castle is not is not ridiculously sophisticated. Like I created like a fake throne room so that they wouldn't know that there's like a vampire castle, and then like I go back and it's built so that like you basically have to walk through the whole castle to get down to the castle heart. So like that's, if you were playing the the Castlevania of it. Like that's how. Anyway, also, I like that they mechanically reward you for making the rooms aesthetically correct. I just think it's a nice. I like it because it's like, all right, I'll get that wallpaper or floor or whatever because I want the extra 5% production rate. I love it. It is really fun. It is really kinetic. The fighting is good, like feels really good. It's not, it's perfunctory for a survival craft. I can't. Is it Stunlock? Is this Stunlock?
Studios, yes.
Okay, they did the one that was effectively like a MOBA, but not a MOBA, and it has a lot of that DNA where your abilities are on timers. You're trying to but they're short timers, so you're kind of constantly moving and figuring out how to do this. You got to dodge, but then you also have like other dodges probably because you have different traversal abilities. The fights.
Can I tell you my favorite part of V Rising?
No.
Okay.
I just want to see if I can shut this down. No, go ahead.
My favorite part of this game is avoiding the sunlight. It has a day-night cycle. You are a vampire. And if you stand in the sun, it'll start to have like a sun flare come up and it'll eventually damage you. And so you have to bounce between shadows as you try to make your way across areas as a vampire. But that all goes to your commentary that this is a survival crafter, which is a game framework that we can understand that has an action element that is actually good. It's not just there. So
right.
Like if you're playing Pal World, obviously one of the most popular survival crafters of the year, its combat is not why you're there. You're there to do things with the pals. You're there to build the base using the pals. It's a different experience to V Rising where it actually is a real good action combat game that has all of its kind of systems built around survival crafting to get to a power level that you can do to hunt the bosses that you need to hunt. And it all loops back around on itself. I think it really works well for that. And this is a game that honestly, I have to be honest, I forgot came out this year until I saw your list. It's been a year full of video games. One of the things people say is there haven't been a lot of good games this year. Certainly when I was making my list, I found that to be exactly the opposite. I thought there were a ton of good games this year. Maybe not as strong as 2023, but that was one of the best years in gaming history for me. Tom, I think you probably felt the same way. You had a lot of entries that could have been on this list.
Yeah, I mean, every year I think like someone says, "Oh, there wasn't a lot of like really good games this year." And to be honest, I think if I went and looked at like all of my top 10s and then said, "All right, well, which of these actually are top like ever for you? Like your top 10 in life?" I don't know how many would make that list. I also think that's unfair because I think my nostalgia is weaponized to the point that I can't replace entries on that list with things that I played in the Super Nintendo era. So I had plenty of games that I liked this year. I had plenty of opportunities for entries here. I have no complaints about this year of gaming.
Nor do I. And I think V Rising is a great selection. I have played a bunch of this game. I am not the kind of guy that really gets sucked into survival crafter games too much. I know that they are games that people can put 1,000 hours into easily. But this is one that I really think stands out, again, because it is fun to actually interact with. And you're going to be fighting people and you're going to be sucking their blood. And one of the systems they have in this game is that depending on what kind of person they are, they're going to have different blood. And if you get a high enough purity of that blood, you're going to have more benefits to the way that your character operates. So you're trying to bounce between only warriors or only rogues. And if you're stuck eating the blood of a creature, a wolf, it might not go the best for you. And all these various things you have to keep in mind while you're trying to progress to these various areas and hunt down these other people. And I think it really works very well. I think it's an excellent inclusion on your list, Tom.
And then eventually you can imprison them and use them as blood bags. Just go down and be like, I want my 95% warrior blood. Put it in a little bottle. Carry it with you.
I don't think I got to that level, but that's good to know.
No, it's great. I really enjoy it. And I guess the real strong part, which you already talked about, is like it's that both halves feed into each other in a great way. They merge very well. Oh, I need to get stronger to go get the silver so that I can get this to build this thing, which then will get me this, which will let me go fight that guy, which gives me this resource. And it's doing a great job of flipping you back and forth between those, and I think both are strong.
I think that's right. I love systems feeding systems, as we'll see when we get to the top of my list. But I think V Rising is a strong contender for that. And on that note, because we do have this poll up, this is a separation point, the last 2 entries. So I did want to mention to folks, if you are voting on the list, we do have Kitsugami and Lorelei and the Laser Eyes.
Up?
Yeah, poll's still up. I'm just leaving it up there.
Okay.
Wait, you worried now?
Can the new people vote? Or can people who voted already vote still?
Everybody who comes in can vote the one time, yes.
But the people who've already committed are they're like, oh, damn.
Yep. If you just screw it up, you put some game at number 3 that they're like, oh, I shouldn't have voted there. You already earned it. You won it. But yeah, you've got V Rising and Stalker 2 that aren't on my list. And on my list, you've got Kitsugami and Laser Eyes that are not on Tom's list. We've got some separation points now. Now, let's get into some number 3s. What do you say, Tom? Should we do some number 3s?
That's good.
All right, we'll do my number 3 first. My number 3 is Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Now, interestingly,
I had a strong feeling that this is what this is. Yeah.
Interestingly, that's also Tom's number 3. You can
Rick said we had one game slotted in the same place. I'm like, I think it's that one because it's like high, but like not the highest.
There you go. So Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, both of our number 3s. Game only came out a couple weeks ago. It is a wonderful Indiana Jones simulator. I have some concerns with it on a gameplay basis. I don't think the combat is super strong. But if you are interested in playing an Indiana Jones movie as Indiana Jones, I can't imagine it going better than this. And from the old days, Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis was one of my favorite adventure games. I think this actually surpasses it in terms of giving you that Indiana Jones experience. And I couldn't be happier to be essentially wrong on what I was thinking about this game while it was announced and coming out all year, really, which was that I thought it was going to not maybe work out so well for Machine Games because I don't like the first person element. I didn't think it would work super well. Tom, it's your number 3 as well. I have an important question for you. This is a bit of an internet controversy, and I'm curious as to where you come out on it. What did you think of the intro to this game?
I loved it.
You loved it.
I don't know Raiders of the Lost Ark very well or at all.
Okay.
I've probably been 30 years since I've seen it.
Very possible. Okay.
So partially I was like, I think this is one of the movies. And I guess the reason that I like it so much is it felt like you were straight up in that movie. Like you're walking through the jungle. I assume that you're using the cinematic ratio.
I don't know if I have this one set to cinematic, but
right, well, I
might be.
Because it like just the composition of the shots, it feels like you're walking into a movie.
Yeah, and I think that Troy Baker, who is not usually my favorite voice actor, should be given plaudits here, which is that he has almost identically captured Harrison Ford from that era of his career in this game. I think if there are problems with it, it's that he sometimes falls out of that impression into Troy Baker voice, but it is a voice that we recognize so well. It's a common problem for him in these various roles that he plays. I think that's unfair to judge against him too strongly. He's really very good at this. It goes so far as for me to say, honestly, more than CGI Tarkin in Rogue One, this is probably the way that you should look at revitalizing old franchises when you can't actually use the actors anymore, because Harrison Ford looks like Harrison Ford and Troy Baker sounds like Harrison Ford. And honestly, the effect of both at the same time is to feel like it's an Indiana Jones movie that was lost to time in between Raiders of the Lost Ark and Temple of Doom or Last Crusade. But yes, I'm on the record on Bitcast and elsewise saying that I really didn't like the intro to this, primarily because it does a sequence from a movie, Raiders of the Lost Ark, worse than that movie. It has a lot more filler. It has a lot more walking through the jungle kind of aspects of it. And it doesn't connect to the game itself. It isn't a part of Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. And so I didn't really like it for that reason, but everybody's told me I'm stupid on this. And so I'm willing to listen on this. Again, old man shouts at cloud. But I'm glad to know that you thought it was awesome, because I think that is the more kind of normal take on that. People have said that, just to highlight that everybody has Great Circle as their number 3. And I wanted to have that conversation with you. But how far have you played in this game, Tom?
I'm still in the first major hub. I have been working my way through that. It's funny. So I think that, I don't want to say a lesser, but I think that the straightforward build for this, right, would have been, we're going to make Uncharted and we're going to put in a whip and a hat, and it's Indiana Jones. I think the decisions that they made, especially going first person and trying to really put, and it's very clear that that's like a super intentional directorial thing, right? Like, one of the things I actually really like is the menu will show you when you first come back into the game, the menu will show you kind of like a third person movie view. And then it'll actually like put you, like you'll be doing something like fixing your hat or something. And then you go into the first person view and you're finishing that animation. Like, it's very clear that the like primary pillar that they were at was, you are going to be Indiana Jones.
Right.
If we accomplish anything, that's what you're going to feel like. I think that you said the combat's weak, and I agree, because I don't know how you do it right. Indiana Jones primarily is not about combat. There are some action scenes in the movies, but they're primarily about discovery and solving riddles and figuring out and getting around traps, and only the penitent man may pass, and things like that. Like, that's what Indiana Jones is about in my mind. I've seen Lost Crusade more than any of them, so that's why I reference it. But that's what it is. And that's, when Uncharted came, which was effectively supposed to be informed by Indiana Jones, in my opinion, that's why those pieces in that game worked really well, where you open the diary and you're trying to figure out, okay, I have these notes about different things that I've seen. How does this mechanism work? How do I solve this puzzle? That is Indiana Jones for me. The fighting black shirts in Italy isn't. And ultimately, it doesn't do a great job of it because it makes no sense. But you also don't want to have the sort of insta-fail of, oh, Indy did something that got him detected. I don't honestly know how you fix that. I don't know if you can, like, imprison Indy and then he gets out of there and that's, like, part of the movie. But then that feels bad if you do that, like, 10 times.
I think, honestly, my reaction to this is that it needs less combat, right? It doesn't have a ton already.
I agree with you 100%. I think that's right. I think that was daunting. I think that was scary. Can we make, like, I'm surprised how much it doesn't have in terms of, like, no, I'm just exploring, taking pictures of stuff, finding bits of riddles. And I think that's where it's at its strongest. I think that's where it's at its best. I think that combat was like we have to put in a little bit. And I think when it does its best is the places where Indy would have combat. Oh, a guard stumbled across me, so we're going to get into a fight. And then I knock him out, and then it's done. When I have like 8 guys chasing me, and I'm fighting them one-on-one, or it feels wrong. It doesn't, and it doesn't feel like it makes sense. Like, okay, so I fought these 8 guards, and now no one else cares. Like, the rest of the army is just like, eh.
Yeah, no, it's not a fully baked kind of system. And I think the game itself, as you say, is clearly built for you to be Indiana Jones. I think the stuff that it does the best, which is immediately apparent, even in that intro, which I didn't love, is this kind of notion of physicality. You have a absolute presence in the spaces that they're putting you in. And things like the music and the lighting are straight out of Spielberg in the 80s. Like, it's long shadows. It's very dramatic lighting. It's cutscenes that are absolutely kind of adventurous and humorous, as well as dramatic in the way that you expect from Indiana Jones. And honestly, it's better Indiana Jones cutscenes than the most recent movies have been. And I think that's really, really impressive. You need a special kind of direction to get that down. They did that. Honestly, that's the hard part. The combat is functional, but not great. And even there, they did a very smart thing, which is they put in the ridiculous kind of hitting meat slabs punch sound from the Indiana Jones movies, so that you punch a guy and it gives you that big old pow. And it's like, okay, that's fun. But the actual act of being in combat is maybe not as fun as it could have been.
Also, you can knock out fascists with a guitar. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I do think everything from the kind of like, I don't remember what word they use, but the weapons you just find and use, I think makes sense. I like that all the disguises have their own weapon. I think there's really good ideas there. I just don't think the combat overall is as strong as I would like, but I was not expecting this game to be anywhere near this list for me. And so playing it and finding it at number 3 is a big surprise. And I highly recommend it to anybody that ever liked Indiana Jones. It's going to give you the feeling of Indiana Jones. This is one, we were talking about games we would recommend to our father. This is one I would recommend to Dad easily. Try Indiana Jones. It's not that
on easy.
It's not that twitchy.
And just, enjoy solving the puzzles and finding the paths. And, Indy's like, I got to get around that checkpoint somehow. So, you figure it out. Also, I wanted to agree with you. Troy Baker's delivery is fantastic. He nails Harrison Ford's sort of grumbly, sort of quiet-ish talk.
Yeah. The slightly can't understand him pronunciation of words, he is nailed.
And yeah, I do agree. Like, there's occasional times where you're like, oh yeah, that's Troy Baker. But I mean, in terms of a voice acting for another actor, I can't even think of one that nails it as hard as this.
Yeah, no, he does great. He does great.
I don't know if he's like, I don't know. It's funny because like I think he wasn't eligible for an award because this came out so late.
He'll be eligible next year. Yeah.
So I think he'll be on that list, to be perfectly honest.
I can't imagine he wouldn't be.
So very impressive. Also did not realize either how tall he is or how short Todd Howard is. Or both. That's
from the Game Awards, folks. You should check out that photo if you're interested.
Oh,
Harrison Ford is like the normal, and Troy Baker looks like a giant, and Todd Howard looks less than.
But yeah, I love this. I didn't have specific thoughts about it. I knew more about it coming out because I was getting, this is
your
Machine
company.
Games, which is a Bethesda company. I didn't work on it, but we do sort of a studio-wide kind of update, sharing where all our different projects are. And so I would get updates on this.
But this is when you give us an update on your project, right? This is where you lay all of Zenimax Online Studios projects to bear, right?
Yeah. I don't like eating. It's fine. I need to trim down. So yeah, no, I really enjoyed it. Like I said, I didn't expect it to be as sort of puzzly and exploratory as it is, which I think is exactly the right direction. Like you were saying, I think the sort of picking up an improvised weapon and using that for a stealth attack feels kind of indie. That's what he would do. The big fisticuffs, like I said, I don't know how you get around it. I think you can make big action scenes that feel appropriate, but I don't know how you handle, okay, well, you're trying to sneak around and you got caught. How do we make that not suck? The correct solution there is, yes, you were caught like that. This is not the way the movie would go. Potentially you figure out some way, like I said, you get imprisoned to pivot it, or you somehow escape, or I don't know. What's funny is you compared this, and I think you're exactly right when we were talking about it last, to Dishonored. And I think that's exactly right. Dishonored has combat. It does not super want you to use it. You can use it to get out of a sticky situation, but generally you're supposed to be sneaking around and tricking people and doing all sorts of like deceptive things. It's not about getting into a big sword fight. You can handle it that way. And I think there's some people that actually play Dishonored in a very actiony way, especially 2, since I think they kind of amped up like different combat things you could do. But I think it's the same thing is, you can play it that way. It functions, but that's not the intent.
Well, I highly recommend it to everybody. I think it's a great inclusion at number 3 on your list, Tom. And now we're going to separate again. So
I'm glad you say it's a great inclusion at number 3 on my list, because it's at number 3 on your list.
I think it's a great inclusion. It's a good choice. You're making smart decisions now.
This one's perfect. You nailed this one.
But we are going to separate again. That was a nice moment of peace. And now the brothers are going to separate once again. For first, my number 2. Let's see what it is, folks. Just as serious as Indiana Jones.
Perfect screenshot.
Thank you. It is my number 2 game of the year. This was my number 1 up until like 3 or 4 weeks ago. Like, this is what I told people was my favorite game of the year. It is Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. We talked earlier in our discussion about systems feeding systems. This is perhaps the best RPG built out of systems that feed other systems, so that you grow your characters both on a social link basis and in power to combat the various things that are troubling Japan and Hawaii that I've ever seen. To me, this is very similar to a game like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, in that it's an open world with those systems that build up your character. Obviously, I felt stronger about this game than I wound up feeling about Rebirth. It has a more directed plot. It has a lot of payoffs for people that have been a fan of the Yakuza series for a long time. Kazuma Kiryu is once again in this game, and he has a whole plot that people are really going to take a lot from, I think. And Tom, why isn't this on your list, buddy?
I have never been able to get into Yakuza games, and I know it's not Yakuza, because of the silly bits. You go between like very serious, we're going to cut off your finger, like mob shit. Sorry. And then you go over to, now I'm dancing and singing karaoke. And also I can fly because I'm doing that, but just in like sort of a metaphorical way. I mean, it's just like, I can't engage with it. I watched you like work on some sort of like tropical, like hotel island.
Animal
Crossing. It had to have been like 30 hours.
Yes. And that fed into a giant special power I got that was very helpful.
Right. But it was like a whole like separate game, a separate game that I didn't 100% see the appeal of. Like I was trying to. So I recognize that, I know that you love this. I recognize that it does a lot of interesting, different stuff. I can't get into it narratively, or like tonally. It's sort of like, I've never been able to really get into like comedy anime. I just think that there's a humor there this doesn't match me. And I think that's kind of what happens here too. I admittedly haven't tried. I liked the battle system in the original Like a Dragon.
And I would say it's pretty superior in Infinite Wealth. Yeah. They cleaned up a lot of stuff. I
probably fell off of that because some goofy scene, I was like, well, this doesn't gel. And so, yeah, I mean, that's why it's not on my list. I think it's a very, I want to say sort of popular, I don't know, like off-brand or something. Like I think it is a cult. I want to say cult classic or something, and it's not. I think there's a lot of people that like this group and like these games, but like isn't like, I don't know what I call mainstream.
Yeah, no, I think it's off the beaten path, but I think that they do a great work with characters. I totally understand what you're saying, that the subquests and things that they add to the world can be goofier than you might like. I think that's certainly the case. You can see Kazuga here riding a dolphin, which is just from a cutscene. It's not really a game mechanic, but they do have those goofball moments. But like the best part of a game like Infinite Wealth is you go and you start a subquest at a restaurant, and then it's a whole system of remembering people's orders and learning how that restaurant works that will maybe earn you a new class for battles, which will maybe earn you a new power for one of your classes. All these various things that go into the story, and the overall plot is very kind of melodramatic soap opera mob story. Like they've never left that. They are the best at it. I think Yakuza 0 is one of my favorite stories in games because of how good they are at that melodrama. And I think that you have to be able to switch tonally between those things in order to enjoy these games, but it isn't just goofy anime craziness. There's also real emotion and character in the main plot of these games. And I think Infinite Wealth is probably the best they've ever done. It's a turn-based role-playing game now. It's not a beat-em-up like Yakuza. Like a Dragon refers to the fact that the main character likes Dragon Quest, the turn-based RPG, and so he imagines his battles as Dragon Quest battles, and so as a game player, you are engaging in them as Dragon Quest turn-based battles. But in Infinite Wealth, there's kind of a more acknowledgement of the geography of the area and how you can bounce people between things to knock into, and so it's kind of a combination action turn-based role-playing game. On top of just a ridiculously well-realized kind of Hawaiian island to explore, and you get little electric scooters now and all this other stuff in this game. But like I said, this was my number one game until maybe a month ago. And so it's a little bit of a surprise to me that it wound up as number two. I decided that it was number two a month ago, but it is absolutely one of my favorite long-form RPGs of the year. I do wind up liking it a little bit more better than Metaphor because Metaphor is a little bit more serious and really takes that brain space. You really need to be thinking about how counters work and how you're going to build your archetypes and exactly what's happening in the plot in a way that Infinite Wealth maybe demands a little bit less of you. And I was just in the mood for that in 2024. So Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth, highly recommended. My number two game of the year. This is where I'm going to win this list battle because the people are going to respond.
Certainly some people in the chat are excited.
The people are going to respond to the presence of Infinite Wealth here. I'm very excited about that. Tom, I'm going to leave you to your number two. Are you excited about your number two?
I am. I'm concerned about my number one. That's where I'm worried that I may have. I always like to have a really divisive number one so that I can lose.
Well, we're going to let you do your number two and your number one in a row here so that you can get the full chance to defend yourself entirely. But first, here's your number two.
I feel like this is a setup. I feel like you're changing it up right at the end to cheat.
Tom, what am I looking at here?
This is Unicorn Overlord. As Rick said earlier, they have a beautiful art style and stuff. This is a terrible screenshot to show that.
I'm sorry, I can find another one.
But basically, it's about, if you look on the two sides of the screen, you've got these little grid that you're putting characters on. It's a cast of thousands. So you have a ton of different people with different interactions that have stories that play out between them. I think actually have romances that can play out between them. And it's huge if you really want to dig into it. It's a giant game. Like I said, I've played like 40 hours. I'm past the first thing. I played it last night, way too late because it's phenomenal. And also some of the battles take a really long time. It has, I think, really cool mechanics in terms of how you develop your units. One of the things that I've been trying to do, so you have the ability to recruit like generics, but you have more than enough people to fill out your entire lineup. So trying to figure out some way to put these people together, even though their abilities don't necessarily jive, or like trying to figure out how to do that is kind of interesting. There's a rapport system where the people that you put together gain rapport. They get to know each other better, and they have little scenes that talk about it. And once you get far enough along that, I think they have really close relationships. They kind of undermine that a little bit by adding in a mechanic where you can just spend money to kind of like connect them. They go to eat and they talk and whatever. But I also kind of understand it because it's just a lot to manage. Like I build my squads to try to build rapport, and it's really hard. The programming bit that Rick talked about earlier, where you can specifically create sort of a priority list of here's the things I want you to do, works great. You can, like, they'll do exactly what you expect. If you set it up, if they do something weird, you can be like, all right, why is that happening? And you can go in and fix the list, and they're back to doing what you want them to do. I had that yesterday. It's like, why did you shoot that person? Oh, because this thing just says shoot random person. You want to shoot a flyer. That's what you do. There's a clear counterbalance system, kind of like a Fire Emblem. So you're creating squads that are like kind of good at certain things, but they're inherently bad at others. And the battlefield's just kind of open. Like you can see this, like you're moving people. It's not a grid or anything. So you've got to try to figure out like, oh, I need my guy to hit that, but the guy like right next to him is who he's really vulnerable to. So how am I going to separate those? How am I going to manage to, like take this out without necessarily using my hero squad, which is just like, we just walk through. I love it. The storyline's really interesting. Both the major storyline and the minor storylines seem really interesting. Like each character has these little arcs. But Elaine, the main character here, is basically the exiled prince. He's not exiled exactly, but trying to build up a resistance to retake his throne. It's awesome. I love it.
No, I think Unicorn Overlord is great.
I haven't. It's like I've played it a lot, and yet I feel like I haven't gotten very far. But so far in that time, it's still constantly hitting me with new things, whether that's new enemy types or new abilities or items or things to take into account. And I texted Rick early on in the year when this came out, which was like February or March. I said, I'll be damned if this isn't in my top 10. And I did not relent from that. It was surprisingly not my number one. My number one actually surprised me, but it is a fantastic game, especially if you like kind of anime strategy, ogre battle in particular, because or anything where you're kind of putting the squads together. I think I can't remember the name of the other one that came out recently. Has the word Nephilim in it. Like putting those together and then having them execute is kind of a fun way to see it. And if you've done it right, it's doing exactly what you would tell it to do. If you were manually picking the actions, it's just faster. So you just get to see a fun battle play out and then move on.
No, it looks like a movie scene. And with this art style, you have lightning flashing and hitting the lights on these 2D characters in really cool ways. And all this stuff, it looks gorgeous the whole time through. And it's entirely under your control. Now, honestly, again, just like I was saying with Infinite Wealth versus Metaphor, this game can demand a lot of your brain. It can tax you to be like, how am I going to do this? And you see that time limit indicator on the top of the screenshot. I was running into, more often than not, running out of time to do the things that I was doing. You have to have a certain amount of efficiency to win the battle, or else you're going to lose by kind of tie. You run out of time and you just lose the battle in most instances. So there's a lot to think about. There's a lot to go through. I also have some issues with the plot of this game that I don't know that Tom would share, but I don't want to spoil any of the aspects of the plot, so we're not going to go into those in this context. But I'm glad to see it here. You heard me say in my honorable mentions list that this was the one game where I'm like, I can't find a spot for it. I had it as a slash game to one of my entries on my list, and I thought Tom would just kill me if I kept it that way. And so it wound up on my honorable mentions. But Unicorn Overlord,
to put 2 games in one slot.
Yes, your top 11. Well, look, the Big Ten had 11 teams in it for like my entire youth. So I figured
okay, so the football is dumb. Like they do lots of dumb things that make no sense.
It's not
people
wrong.
In conferences that don't make any like geographical sense.
Hey,
but
I didn't do it.
Unicorn Overlord, highly, highly recommended. Came out of nowhere for me. Rick recommended it, and obviously by name, you're like, I'm sorry, what? It is phenomenal. If you sort of like any of those things that we talked about, so highly, highly recommended. And Vanillaware continues to produce like very pretty. It's sort of a similar kind of melodramatic storytelling, and it's great.
It's not quite as good of a story as 13 Sentinels. But
I think that's probably fair, but it's much better game than 13 Sentinels in terms of the doing of things.
Yes. No, it's got more game in it than 13 Sentinels, period. 13 Sentinels only has its story. It's good that it's great.
What, you got those little like move triangles around a city and then like explode?
Yep. No, I'm not saying that there's no game in 13 Sentinels, but it's very limited. It's completely shunted off to its own kind of side game. Like it doesn't even need to exist, really.
Yeah, it's weird.
Now, are you ready to talk about your number one?
No, you've changed the order, so I assume I'm being like hung out to dry.
No, you were. Why would you say that? I love you. You're my brother. I want you to get the chance to talk to your number one first. This is the same thing we did last year.
Just remember how you felt about my list, everyone, before this is announced, okay?
Tom's number one is a great choice. You guys are all going to love it. It's going to be without controversy entirely.
Yeah.
Are you ready, Tom?
Ready as I'll ever be.
All right. Tom Hoeg, game developers' #1 video game of the year 2024 is...
Am I supposed to announce it?
Star Wars Outlaws.
This one hit me out of absolutely nowhere. And I think that, I talked at the beginning of the show, and this was a strong reference. It was a strong reference to this about expectation. I was prepared for this game to be junk. I thought it was going to be kind of a weak, I don't know, like Division Star Wars, and like the characters didn't appeal to me. The gameplay looked clunky. I had basically written it off. And oddly enough, what got me to revisit it was Rick on a Bitcast explaining that, I don't know, it gets better, I think, was kind of the main conversation. And I will agree with that. Personally, I think it wows out of the gate in terms of world realization. You are like, I am walking through like a Star Wars planet, like a set. There is tons of living world stuff going on. There's guys over here talking and influencing and interacting with this thing. Oh, I walked by this and like a pipe burst open or whatever. The world is alive in a way that I can't come up with another game that does it as well. I think also for the same things that we kind of said about Indiana Jones, it nails the material. The music is perfect. I don't like to use the word perfect, but it's like dead on. Like you would struggle to know this wasn't in a Star Wars movie. They do a lot of similar cuts in terms of, like the sweeps as you go into the planets and stuff. Like it feels like you were watching a Star Wars movie, and I love it. I think that, well, we can talk about, I don't really need to talk about like why people disliked it exactly. One, because I don't really know. The only thing that I have is sort of Rick telling me, hey, people didn't like this. I think the introduction to the game is a bit rough in terms of the actual gameplay. It's got, and it's funny because we talked about this with Indiana Jones, it has stealth sections that are insta-fails if you fail the stealth. And that's where
it doesn't anymore, folks.
Yes, I noticed on the Game Awards that it said like now with better gameplay, which made me laugh because that's like now with Kung Fu Grip or whatever. Like,
yeah, there's a bunch of interesting things about this game. One of which is that they changed creative directors after it released, which is just kind of weird. But that new creative director did a couple of things. One was change the AI of the way that opponents interact with you so that they take cover and do things that happen more in the Division. And two, they eliminated insta-fail stealth sections so that essentially the guards just descend upon you now. And they had to reimagine those things because they weren't programmed that way originally, both of which are improvements. I don't think that the lack of insta-fail stealth actually works 100% as well as you might hope, because you really do just get bum rushed by 100 guards and you can't make it out anyway. I don't know whether that feels better to most people or not. It does feel like you have maybe the opportunity to be a little bit more improvisational, but I don't think it ultimately makes that big of a difference. But the other thing that they added as part of the combat was that you have critical hit zones. So you do get bonuses for hitting headshots and things like that. And so overall, this game is better than when it released. When I was talking on the Bitcast about this was a game I was very excited about. I really liked Massive. I really liked The Division. I adore Star Wars. This is a game I was super excited about. And I was so frustrated at these opening levels and the first planet that you interact with that I said on the Bitcast, and I stand by this, that it was a 4 out of 10 that was blocking access to a 9 out of 10 type game. And I think that they have reduced some of that friction at the top end. That's one of the reasons I was going to ask you, Tom, when you last played this, because that whole onboarding is new feeling. And it's a little bit difficult for me to say because I had gone through all of the friction points and I had been frustrated, but I know where the secret paths are. I know how to get through those areas that were frustrating me before. So I can't really judge it 100% clean, even with the new patches to the game. But I was curious about what you thought of the new onboarding, if you had experienced it.
I didn't. I played it basically right after that Bitcast. I hit the same sort of insta fails. I knew that I was that was a thing. Like I was sort of prepared for it. Also, this is where you decide, okay, well, we can either be narratively driven or I don't know, not upsetting the players driven. And like you said, ultimately, unless you had like a pretty decent, I don't know, escape mechanic, there's no real good way to make it work in either case. Like one of the things, I don't think this is spoiling too much. You're on an Imperial base. If you get detected, you're not going to shoot your way out. Like that's just not a thing. Now, I guess Han Solo and Luke on the Death Star, make it out. So what is that? What is the game equivalent of that? But I love, like I said, I love the realized world. I love the way you get quests as very organic. You'll be walking past the discussion, or you'll just talk to someone.
No, I'm glad you bring that up, because I think this is one thing that I haven't seen in open worlds very much, and I think it really makes Outlaws very effective. And this is one area, before I get into it, where I should let people know for these lists that Star Wars Outlaws is not just Tom's number one.
What? I thought you said we only matched one.
I did, but I forgot that you had added Great Circle so late in the day, so I apologize for that. We do match two. That's right. Tom's number one is Outlaws.
Wait, why did you make such a big deal about I'm going to have to defend this and people are going to hate it and whatever?
Because I'm your brother.
You jerk.
Because I'm your brother and I thought it would be funny, but also because I know that people that watch me looking at this list would only have one other possibility to put in my number one slot. So I wanted you to go first.
Is it Concord?
No, people knew that I would go with Outlaws based on what I had been talking about. And I told Ains and Travis this 3 weeks ago, because after I saw the new onboarding, and actually more specifically, after I had played the new DLC, I was reminded about how much I love this game. It's got all of the Starflight mechanics. It's got all of the combat mechanics that I would want. It's got all the narrative stuff. But you were starting to say what I wanted you to talk about, which is the way that quests are discovered in this game create chains of quests. You overhear a conversation that leads to a different conversation that leads to a third thing that you can steal from a base that leads to a fourth thing, and it all gets going very organically in a way that isn't just find the K on the map in your latest Grand Theft Auto game. And I hope more open world games have this kind of organic, I'm living in the world kind of setting above all. But I love Star Wars. This is my favorite Star Wars game, I think maybe of all time. I talked about this on Bitcast. I think it's better than Knights of the Old Republic for putting you in a Star Wars plot, for putting you in a Star Wars story. I think by the time you get to the end of this game, you will see exactly how well Massive understood what the beats of a Star Wars story are. And I think that Outlaws is the best realization of that. I also was not expecting, unlike you who had heard me complain about it, this to be so much of an open world kind of Splinter Cell game, which I think really works well after you realize that that's what you've purchased, and maybe doesn't work so well when you think you've bought something like an Uncharted in an open world, because it isn't an action adventure as much as it is that kind of stealth infiltration game for most of its running time. But when you think about what is offered to you there with a Star Wars open world game where you can decide which bases you're going to infiltrate and how you're going to do it, and you have all these elaborate venting systems and all this really great level design, then you're going to have a good time with it. And then, yes, as Tom says, you go into a cantina and it has all of this atmospheric music that sounds like it's from Star Wars, and you pass two different droids, and then you go play Sabak because you're trying to entertain yourself with some card playing and wind up in a tournament that's going to have you escape that planet and go to a different base to play another bigger Sabak game or whatever you're going to do. You can really get invested on a personal level in Star Wars in a way that most games are not going to let you do. And I think that this game and Indiana Jones and the Great Circle actually do share that DNA of Lucasfilm, which is the licensor of both these games, really did a great job with their connections with these developers, which obviously did a good job themselves, to inform them of what the kernel of their universe was. I give Lucasfilm a lot of crap for a lot of things. I think their Disney movies are basically awful. But I think that their people that are working on their licensor relationships with these video game developers did a bang-up job in 2024, and I think Outlaws and Great Circle are a testament to that.
I agree. I actually didn't want to make this point because I didn't want to take anything away from the developers, and I don't know what hand Lucasfilm had on any of this, but I assume just based on especially that both of them feel this way, is somehow, whether that was literally saying developers, we trust you, or saying or being very involved with playtests, saying like, you make the game, we're going to talk about what's the Indiana Jones, what's the Star Wars. Though arguably, as you kind of pointed out, I wouldn't trust Lucasfilm to know what Star Wars is. Clearly somebody there does, because this was a banger. This was straight on. It might be one of my favorite Star Wars games too. I think I probably still like KOTOR more. Again, that may be weaponized nostalgia. Certainly not for world immersion though. That this kind of immersion wasn't possible when that game came out. Probably the best twist in all of gaming, but some of us got that spoiled, and that was okay.
How many decades am I going to have to live that down?
Till I'm dead.
Well, look, I think you're exactly right on immersion. I've talked about the Assassin's Creed franchise as being my favorite for virtual tourism. And this is virtual tourism for Star Wars. You get a feeling in Outlaws like you are on a very elaborate Disney World set for Star Wars, that you can look in any corner and they're going to have something that went into the design that was to reflect the Star Wars universe. And it's a fantastic, fantastic experience. And I am sorry that so many people had to get onboarded with what wound up being a very frustrating experience at the top end. And this was a game that I hated playing for the first week that I was playing it when I originally bought it, so much so that my wife would ask me why I was still playing it. And I said, well, I was really looking forward to it. And then I got through that. When you get your starship, and you get to go to your own planets of your own choosing, the game is really hitting its groove, and you'll love it as much as I did, I think. But before that point, you might still struggle, even with some of the fixes that they've made. But all the fixes are good. The DLC is good. It's a really, really good game. Don't listen to the haters. You're going to enjoy this if you like Star Wars. And it is the #1 game for both Hoegs. So we can debate for 2024, but not about #1, folks. And as soon as I saw him say this, honestly, one of my thoughts was, I thought I was really going to take people by surprise with my #1, but Tom hit it first. So I wanted to give him the chance to talk about it first.
Yeah, like I said, it floored me. And I don't know if it's unfair to, that reversal of expectation, I think, is very powerful. And so I want to try to just think of it purely on its own merits, for what it's worth. I don't know why you hated Toshara so much. I think it's a perfectly fine starter planet.
I honestly think that some of the design on that planet, without getting into spoilers, is designed to look organic and really runs up against the fact that their engine, the way they built their game, is more appropriate for climbable flat walls, vents to hide in, and things like that. And so you wind up running around these giant mountains until you can find the exact place where your hook can hit a hook's point, or whether you can climb a flat wall. And it creates a very frustrating, boring experience. I think Toshara is the worst of their designs. To me, it feels like it's their interns designing the level. I don't know how it was designed. I don't know how the game was made, but it gets much better after Toshara.
That's fair. I didn't mind Toshara. I agree, I guess, with that, which is any game that tries to do this, Horizon, Uncharted, organic climbing is hard to sell. Without being, too heavy-handed. Like it's hard. I think Ghost of Tsushima, I recall feeling, did it very well with a lot of their handholds had basically like mold under them because the rain would sort of collect there, which is,
but it's not about the markings. I'm not against yellow paint guy. I like yellow paint guy. I'm glad he's deployed to so many of our video games. He's doing bang up work. I'd like to give him a Christmas gift. But in this case, it wasn't that there wasn't yellow paint or markers, because Outlaws, as much as I love it, does one of the silliest things I've ever seen with marking pathways, which is some guy went around with a tiny arrow sign and he puts it everywhere. Like if
I was just about to say that. I was doing the last mission on one of the planets yesterday, and like every so often, and I think the path is actually decently spelled out, so I don't think you need it. But I'd just be walking, and then on the side there's like a little up arrow. It's like, keep going, you're doing great.
To me, it's that the up arrows are because you're using your grappling hook so often, and it's a well-known design issue that people don't look up as much as they would need to do some of the stuff that they tell you to look up. But I don't mind any of that. I understand the design issues there. It's when you get your own world to build and you decide to build this kind of monstrous mountainous savanna area, and there's only going to be one path into the place that you need to get into wherever you're going, that you wind up running around it because there's no good way to tell you even what locus you're supposed to use to get into the area. And I think Tashara has that. Also, Tashara has the problem of you're being introduced to what kind of game this is. And I really do think the marketing did Outlaws no favors by presenting it as a Naughty Dog Uncharted game for the most part. You're going to be whizzing around. You're going to be on your speeder. You're going to be shooting at things. And you do those things. But 90% of the time, you're infiltrating areas that people don't want you to be in.
Yeah, it's funny. Division was actually, or not Division. Uncharted was the comparison I was going to make, but since it's not open world, I didn't want to use that. But it really, yeah, it was really sold as like this is Star Wars Uncharted in an open world. I that's what I feel like. I think some of the demos they showed were very sneaky, and I think you could kind of see it a little bit more. But I can see a lot of people feeling like they kind of got bait and switched because it straight up isn't that. It's sneaking around or making decisions and deals so that you can just walk into certain sections with the faction stuff, which I think is phenomenal. And I think it absolutely reinforces the theme of the Outlaws theme of the game. This is not just a Star Wars game. This is a Star Wars game focused on the sort of scum and villainy part of Star Wars. And I think they nail it. I think they do a great job with it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think the faction system is a little bit more shallow than they sold because you can, as you said, with respect to the rapport system in Unicorn Overlord, you can just buy out of it. In fact, you were probably intended to buy out of it with small missions procedurally generated for the various factions so that any decision you make can be essentially overcome by a little bit of work after the fact. And I think that's necessary because if you lock out these huge, big areas to your access from these factions, the game wouldn't work. And I don't have a problem with that shallowness, but I do think some people coming into Outlaws wanted it to be Fallout New Vegas and have like decisions that you make that just absolutely isolate you from the Pikes or whoever. And so that's not this. This is a much more shallow, gamified system of reputation.
That's fair. I guess if I would say if I were to change anything about it, I'd probably just put, well, this may be a bad idea from a game perspective or wouldn't work, but I would have put them on a continuum. Basically, like you can be friends with the Hutts or you can be friends with the Pikes, but you can't be friends with both of them. They kind of like talk it away and they're like, oh, Outlaws are unpredictable and it's a bad world. So they forgive you. They're just like, whatever. And it seems wrong. It seems like, no, that should have a more substantial meaning that I just shot up their base. But also they force you into it so much in the story that they couldn't really do that. Right. Like, or if you were going to do it, you'd have to build it so that every possible time that you do that, you have two ways to go. So that you can choose, like, for whatever it's worth, the Pikes hate me. And I'm okay with that because they weren't on the planets that I was in. And I was like, I don't care. You guys seem kind of dumpy anyway. So I haven't experienced that, oh, you just pay them off or something. I actually liked when I pissed the Pikes off a little bit and they were like, hey, can you do this thing for us? And it'll be cool. And I thought that was kind of neat to be like, all right, you pissed us off, but we need help. We need something. So if you do it, we won't hate you anymore.
Yeah.
But the sort of, I can just give this item to a shopkeeper and they like me better is probably too gamey. At the very least, I think working your way up back into their good graces feels more real. And I personally think that just anytime you're growing with a faction, you should be moving down with someone else, and it should be impossible to make everybody happy at the same time.
I think that a lot of people have said similar. I don't mind the gamification of the faction system, but I do think that it could get another iteration in an Outlaws 2 that maybe would be a little bit more sophisticated for people.
They give you a number of ways to manipulate it and work your way back into like positive. And I think that is enough. But I can kind of understand, like, okay, you made me do this mission, so now the pikes hate me, and now you're making me do a mission where I need the pikes to like me. So I have to go grind that out for no decision that I made. But also, I think there's potential for, all right, well, you don't want to piss off the pikes, so don't get seen, minimize your murdering of their people, and it'll have a lesser effect on your faction reputation than if you go in guns blazing and, you know, are very clear about, oh, it was K, because, like, everyone saw you. I don't actually think I think they don't account for that enough. Sometimes they get pissed at you and you're like, nobody saw me. I knocked no one out. Like, how do you know that I'm the problem here?
You're always the problem. But I do want to speak about Kay for a second, because I know this was a character that a lot of people judged early. I think she's designed to look like Sigourney Weaver in the Aliens franchise, essentially. I think the design is fine, but more importantly, I think this is my favorite voice acting performance of the year. I think that she's fantastic as Kay, and it's a character that maybe doesn't work as well if the voice actor isn't doing a lot with it.
Yep. Yeah, no, she does a really good job. I think she was nominated in the TGAs.
She was. She lost to Senua.
But no, I think she does a great job. It's interesting because she's sort of towing the line between trying to be sophisticated, underhanded, and savvy, but really not being, and being very kind of new. I wonder if you can answer this better than I, if that progresses, like she gets more confident.
Have you not beaten this game? Have you not beaten your number one game of the year?
I told you I rarely beat anything. I don't think I've beaten anything on this list. Games are too big.
They are very big. Outlaws is one of the games that I've rolled credits on.
I think I beat one game this year, and it was not on either list.
Well, there's no beaten Skull and Bones.
So, yeah, and that's why some of the time I'll be like, oh, I really appreciate when a game is, 20 hours, because that's something I can do. I think it's possible. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to add from the chat, because I do like this one. This is certainly something. Oh, I didn't pull up the right place. Sorry. Hold on one second, everybody. I will remember where the buttons are on these things. Just no time at all. Tom, you can continue right now.
Oh, yeah. I was just going to say a thing that I was going to find again while you were doing your thing, and now it's gone.
I totally ruined that, everybody, but I did want to comment on David from Lawyers and Dragons saying, I can't take punching stormtroopers barefisted in the helmet seriously. It is true that the takedown animation for Kay is that she gets behind a helmeted stormtrooper and then punches him out, or punches him out in a non-takedown way. And it doesn't look right because they have helmets. It looks better against the officers who don't have helmets. But I think very similar to Indiana Jones or any kind of other movie property, it's just designed to be take it as you will.
Yeah, certain suspensions of disbelief.
But yeah, no, that's certainly something that even while I was playing the game, I was like, yeah, that doesn't look perfect.
I can't remember what I was going to say.
Okay.
It's cool.
No problem. I lose it all the time. Note, by the way, that Hellblade 2 was not on either of our lists. Speaking of Senua, that was one of my more disappointing games of the year. Really did not like that. I said that on the Bitcast. But also not honorable mention. So it was not as high up as Final Fantasy VII Rebirth when it disappointed me. So
I think both the Hellblades are over, whatever the right word is, overhyped, over considered. They have some graphical showpiece bits.
Oh no, Hellblade 2 is very good graphically. It's just not a very good game.
I guess it feels to me like, yeah, it's doing that by being a very dull game. Like you're basically just playing a cinematic. So that's my opinion. Oh, sorry, I do have to talk about this for Outlaws because I thought about it last night. The friggin' data spike minigame is awful. I just do not like it. I would like to turn it off, but it is actually part of the like kind of pressure of, I have to data spike this while the guard is moving back and forth. So I leave it, but I do not like it. It is a weird rhythm-based thing that feels nothing like unlocking a door. Nope.
I have to be honest, I like it.
You are wrong.
I can be wrong. Look at we're debating even the same entry on our number one.
And I think Star Wars establishes what this could easily be, right? With R2 kind of manipulating the circles. Like it would just be trying to get the circles into alignment. Something closer to, geez, what game is that? I'll think of it later. But instead, it just feels odd. Like playing a game of Simon to open the door.
Yep. But I always feel good when I do it perfectly.
And I will admit, I do have a little bit of that. But it's just, yeah. And like I said, they clearly kind of understood it. I don't know if it's pure accessibility by saying, hey, you can turn it off, but then it doesn't feel right. It's like, okay, now I go in and just like pull the trigger 3 times and ta-da. So I personally, I feel like that was a late ad or something like that when there was like a some vocal amount of, I don't like this. But other than that, I mean, I love all the little extra activities. My kids and I literally played Sabak for like an hour because they were just so into it. Like we were passing the controller around. It was great.
Sabak is fun because it's so simple. You don't think you get introduced to the rules of this card game and you're like, that can't possibly work as a card game long term. You're like, oh, it kind of works. It's still probably maybe one notch simpler than I would like. But more importantly, for purposes of that kind of immersion and virtual tourism, they've built an animated little robot that deals out the cards. It feels like you're in Star Wars. It's fantastic.
Yep. And the cheating works pretty well, I think. And the chits, I think, add a lot of complication, especially as you start finding different ones, especially when you're meeting the high rollers and they have their own unique ones that are like, oh, how am I going to deal with that?
And the DLC is about a fancy Sabak tournament, so I do recommend it.
So,
all right, folks. Well, thank you for being with us here, chat. I definitely brought this in under 3 hours. I'm not looking at a number that says almost 4. So my pleasure.
You guys have to vote in the next 3 minutes so we can bring it in under 4.
That's right. You have very little time to vote for who's the better list. I think we can show Tom's list here. You see his inclusion of Outlaws at the top, very controversial. And then you see in my list, I've got Metaphor in the number 4 slot, everybody's favorite RPG. I've got Balatro, everybody's favorite card game. What a wonderful list this is. I also have Outlaws at number 1 as well, of course.
We should probably make like a side-by-side slide for this last bit.
Oh, yeah?
Not that I don't love flipping back and forth between them quickly.
I mean, you're welcome to do any of the work on any of this that you ever want, buddy.
I'm an idea man.
That's fine. But in any event, put in your votes now. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the memberships. Thank you for being on the channel for all this time, even when I haven't done as many videos here as I would like. As always, you can catch me on the Bitcast tomorrow on Season Gaming and this channel with Ains and Travis, where we'll be talking undoubtedly for many more hours about the Game Awards and everything that goes into that. And I will be on Last Stand Media over the Christmas break for more videos. If you like those, you can check those out. They have their own Patreon. Some of those are cash locked. I don't know whether the ones I'll be appearing on will be or not. But Tom, is there anything else that you want to say before you go?
So far, this is the only time you're going to see me. I'm not on any other shows. This is really the one that I do.
But we'll be able to catch you in the credits of the Zenimax Online Studios new project. When might we be expecting to see you in the credits, Tom?
Oh, no, sir. But I am the TGA has made me excited for when we announce, because I think it's going to turn heads.
Okay.
So,
well, you can take that however you want, people.
Yeah, no, thanks for participating, everyone. Love this conversation. I still don't understand how we talked for 4 hours. Doesn't seem like that should be possible, but here we are.
It's a great list. It's a great year of video games. I love this industry. I love playing these things. There's 100 more that I've played this year that I couldn't even include on the honorable mentions list. I think the wrap up from PlayStation said I'd played 188 different games this year. Not all of those would have released this year, but a lot of games, a lot of good stuff, a lot of good things to play, and people like my brother Tom helping to make them. So thank you, Tom.
Yeah, let's pour one out for the industry. Jeez.
It's been a rough year. I think every time that I've seen a layoff that's been at one of your companies, I've called you and asked if you survived. Does it ever feel like you're dodging bullets over there, Tom?
Sort of. Definitely throughout my career. I think I've been like, oh, I left that company and it doesn't exist anymore. So it's like, okay. I've been through layoffs. We had layoffs at High Moon. We had layoffs at Insomniac. Obviously, we had layoffs at like Microsoft. And so a little bit sometimes.
Well, I'm very glad you still have a job, buddy, and you're still making awesome games for all of us. I'm looking forward to playing yours, whatever it might be, because he refuses to divulge the smallest bit of detail to me.
I like my job. I like my food.
I got to tell you, it was even harder to talk to Tom about these things once I started to have any kind of internet presence, where he's like, nope, not going to say anything to you, boy. All right. Well, everybody, thank you so much. We'll catch you definitely next year on the game of the year conversation for 2025. Maybe we'll get Tom back into these haunts a little bit earlier than that. Who knows?
Yeah, don't we have to now? Next hour, we got to do our predictions.
Predictions for what?
2025.
No predictions. If Grand Theft Auto releases, it will win everything. I don't think it will release.
Predictions for us, not just like what's going to happen. Yeah. Anyway,
I appreciate it, buddy. We're going to get out of here now before Tom says anything else that I can't answer. Thank you for voting, everyone. It does appear that I have won the poll, but how much percentage difference should we give Tom as a little bit of help?
I do not know how to make the poll appear.
Well, if you can't see the poll, how much percentage do you think you should get as a boost?
Oh, all right. 6.
It's not enough, folks. I win. My list is better. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for voting. We'll catch you on the next one. We are out.